Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The scepter in my hand. It senses it. The Tesseract has awakened. Thanos' voice echoed from his throne aboard the command ship, deep and resolute. His eyes gleamed with purpose. It lies in a small realm, the human world, Earth. They've begun probing its power, but they are mere insects playing with a god's fire. They will fail. Only we, only my chosen, can wield it. He raised the scepter slightly, the gem pulsing in response. Gamora, Thanos commanded. The green-skinned warrior knelt below, head bowed, silent and still. Her silhouette radiated obedience, but hidden beneath her posture was a flicker of something else, quiet defiance. You'll go first. Retrieve the Tesseract by any means necessary. Once you secure it, Ronan the Accuser will follow, leading the Chitauri and his fleet in an assault. In exchange for his aid and knowledge of the Infinity Stones, we have promised him Earth. As for the humans, our usual terms. Half will die, the other half will kneel. Gamora's eyes lifted slightly. No one noticed the hatred buried in their depths. Trained by Thanos since childhood, she had long since mastered the art of hiding her heart. She nodded, voice steady. Yes, Father. Earth, Joint Research Facility, SHIELD and NASA. Midnight cloaked the experimental compound, yet the place buzzed with activity. Agents rushed through corridors, transporting high-value equipment, while nervous scientists scrambled to secure data. In the middle of it all stood Agent Phil Coulson, calm amid the chaos. Suddenly, the rhythmic chop of rotor blades sliced through the air outside. A Black Hawk helicopter descended swiftly, and from it stepped Maria Hill and Nick Fury. Report. Fury barked as he approached Coulson, not wasting time on pleasantries. Coulson gave a tight nod. Sir, to be honest, we're not sure how bad it is. Fury's frown deepened. Not the answer I was hoping for. Walk me through it. As they moved through the corridors toward the heart of the base, Coulson continued. About 4 hours ago, Dr. Selvig detected a spontaneous energy spike from the Tesseract. He didn't initiate anything. It activated itself. Hill raised an eyebrow. It started on its own? Yes, Coulson confirmed. And the energy levels are still rising. Selvig tried to intervene, but it's beyond his control. We've initiated a full evacuation. How long until the base is cleared? Half an hour. Maybe less if we push. Push harder, Fury growled. Coulson broke away to coordinate the evac, leaving Hill and Fury alone. Sir, Hill said quietly, I don't think evacuation matters. If the Tesseract goes critical, nowhere's safe. Fury sighed, rubbing his brow. And what? Tell them to go back to work. Hill didn't answer. This project, Pegasus, it was my call, Fury muttered. If it explodes in our faces, I'll answer for it. Hill softened her tone. If the Tesseract's unstable, it won't matter who's to blame. Fury stopped walking. For now, your priority is Phase 2. Make sure the prototypes are moved. Sir, under these conditions, is that really... Unless the world ends in the next 5 minutes, follow the damn protocol. Fury snapped. Phase 2 leaves this base now. That's your job. Hill gave a reluctant salute. Yes, sir. Sub-level research chamber. Fury descended into the heart of the facility, almost 100 meters below ground. He entered a room humming with unstable energy. At its center hovered the Tesseract, glowing brighter by the minute. Dr. Selvig, Fury called out. The anxious scientist turned from his terminal. Director Fury, it's active, alive even. We're not controlling it. It's doing this on its own. Can we shut it down? It is the power source, Selvig explained. Even without external input, it runs itself. We can't unplug a star. Fury crossed his arms. Isn't this what we wanted? Energy independence. Not like this, Selvig said gravely. We have no containment. No fail-safes. We're poking a god with a stick. Fury exhaled sharply. Where's Barton? Selvig tilted his head up, still in his nest. A voice echoed down from the overhead walkway. Eyes on as always, sir. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, descended and walked up beside them. Anything unusual? Fury asked. No breach. Selvig's clean. Nobody's been in or out without clearance, Barton replied. If something's interfering, it's not from this side. Fury raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, this side? Barton hesitated, then said, The Tesseract, it's a gateway, right? Gateways go both ways. Before anyone could react, the Tesseract pulsed hard. The room trembled. A blast of energy surged out, illuminating the space. A rip formed midair, twisting and shimmering. A wormhole opened, right in front of them. Barton's eyes narrowed. We got incoming. From the light stepped a figure, tall, poised, green skin gleaming under the flickering glow. Gamora had arrived. A swirl of blinding light spiraled from the Tesseract, forming a wormhole in the heart of the lab. From within it stepped a figure, tall, poised, and unmistakably alien. Her skin was a deep emerald green, her armor sleek and foreign, her eyes sharp and calculating. She was Gamora, the adopted daughter of Thanos, sent to Earth as his vanguard. Immediately, the atmosphere shifted. Every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in the room raised their weapon in unison. Nick Fury's pistol was already aimed. Hawkeye, high above on a catwalk, notched an arrow and tracked her every move, bowstring taut. But Gamora showed no fear. Calmly, she lifted the scepter in her hand. The gem embedded at its head pulsed with a pale glow. Hold your fire, she said, her voice cool but commanding. I didn't come here to fight. Tension crackled in the air like static. If I don't stabilize the Tesseract, she continued, this entire facility, and possibly half your continent, could collapse into a spatial rift. Let me shut it down before it's too late. All eyes turned toward Nick Fury. A single nod from him would decide whether Gamora lived or died. Fury, stone-faced, glanced at Dr. Selvig. Is she telling the truth? Selvig hesitated only a second before nodding. Yes. Without a stabilizer, the Tesseract could trigger a chain reaction. She's not bluffing. Fury exhaled through his nose, never lowering his weapon. All right, you've got one chance. But if you try anything, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't miss. Gamora rolled her eyes, but said nothing. Earth's primitive guns posed no real threat to her, but diplomacy served her mission better. She turned and pointed the scepter at the glowing cube. Energy surged. The rising hum of unstable power suddenly flattened. The wormhole began to shrink, spiraling inward, then vanished entirely. The Tesseract quieted. Silence fell over the room, until Fury stepped forward, eyes narrowed. Well, now that you've saved the day, maybe you can tell us who the hell you are. Gamora lowered the scepter. My name is Gamora. I come from the planet Zahobari, and I was sent here by a being known across the galaxy as Thanos. The moment she spoke the name, tension snapped back like a drawn wire. Agents tightened their grips on their weapons. Hawkeye didn't blink. Gamora continued, unfazed. Thanos sent me to retrieve the Tesseract, but I've come for another reason. I'm not here to serve him. I'm here to stop him. You're gonna have to walk us through that one slowly, Fury muttered. Gamora exhaled, her expression darkening. Thanos is a cosmic tyrant. A butcher. He has destroyed entire worlds, mine included. His army, the Dark Legion, follows him without question. His generals, the Black Order, carry out his will. And he knows the Tesseract is on Earth, she added, because of your experiments. The energy signal triggered his scepter, this scepter, and because one of your enemies told him. Fury frowned. Who? Ronan the Accuser, she replied, leader of a Kree extremist faction. He is allied with Thanos. In exchange for the location of the Tesseract, Thanos promised to help him conquer Earth. Fury stiffened. The Kree again? Gamora nodded grimly. Their forces are already mobilizing. Ronan's fleet and Thanos' Chitauri army are preparing to strike. According to their charts, Earth is marked. They'll use space jump technology to reach you soon. How soon? Fury asked. Gamora didn't hesitate. 2 Earth days. Maybe less. The weight of her words hit like a thunderclap. Scientists began whispering in panic. Some agents stepped back, casting glances toward the nearest exits. But Fury grew calmer, because when the storm approaches, the eye stays still. He stepped forward, arms folded. If what you're saying is true, then I have one question for you, Gamora. She tilted her head slightly. Go on. You're saying Earth is about to face the full force of 2 interstellar armies that were hopelessly outgunned, outnumbered, and about to be wiped off the map. That's correct. Then why? Fury asked, voice sharp as a blade. Do you think we have any chance of winning? Gamora smiled faintly. I don't. Fury's eyes narrowed. But you do, he said. She nodded. Yes, because I know something Thanos doesn't. The room froze. You betrayed him, Fury said. But you waited. You waited until now. Which means you've been holding on to something, some secret. Something that changes the outcome. Gamora met his gaze. You're quick. I like that. Yes, I know something. Something Thanos does not. And if we work together, it might be enough to tip the balance. Fury's voice dropped. Then it's time to talk terms. Gamora smiled. Let's make a deal. Phil Coulson, the evacuation mission can be stopped. Next, I need you to go to New York in person and tell Tony and Captain that it's time for the Avengers to assemble. In the laboratory, Fury said seriously to Phil Coulson on the other end of the communicator. After saying that, he looked at Barton next to him and said, Barton, Thor returned to Earth not long ago and is now with his little girlfriend Jane Foster. I need you to go to the foggy capital of England to rescue Thor. Take it to our helicarrier. Yes, sir. Barton put away the folding bow in his hand, put the arrows back into the quiver behind his back, and turned to leave. But at this moment Fury stopped him. Wait, Barton. There is one more thing. Help me tell the Romanoff agent and let her take Bruce Banner aboard the ship. Barton nodded. Copy that. It wasn't until Barton left that Fury walked up to Gamora and said, Well, Miss Gamora, if you don't mind, let's change to a more formal place and talk about our mutual cooperation. I really want to know what secret Miss Gamora knows that makes you so confident in our Earth. To be honest, as an Earthling, I was so panicked after knowing the news about the enemy. Although Fury was panicking when he spoke, both his expression and tone showed his calmness. Gamora did not reject Fury's proposal, because the crisis in Tesseract was over, and Hill's mission was temporarily over. She returned to Fury. But before the three left the laboratory, Gamora suggested to the two, I think it is best for you to temporarily stop research on Tesseract until this crisis is over. Otherwise, if the Tesseract remains active, I cannot guarantee whether other Thanos minions will be teleported to Earth in the future. In addition, one more reminder, the Tesseract is not something that the current Earth can hold. You don't understand the origin of this treasure at all. As long as the Tesseract is on the Earth, Thanos will not stop invading the Earth. Thanos' obsession with the Tesseract is far beyond your imagination. Fury raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said, Then I think that during our conversation later, maybe you can tell us about the Tesseract. After saying that, Fury looked at Hill again. Tell Dr. Selvig that the Pegasus project is temporarily suspended. You go take the Tesseract, and we will leave here right away. Hill found a suitcase, put the Tesseract in it, followed Fury and Gamora, and left the laboratory. The three people boarded the helicopter and quickly left the experimental base, heading towards a coordinate in the Pacific Ocean. Soon, when the helicopter landed, they had arrived on a huge amount of mothership. On the bridge, the three of them were sitting in the conference room. As an outsider, Gamora naturally waited quietly for the owner here to speak first. As Fury's deputy, Hill sat quietly aside, waiting for Fury to speak. Miss Gamora, the first thing I want to say is that I agree in principle with the cooperation you proposed. But whether this cooperation can ultimately be achieved depends on the extent of our mutual trust. Director Nick Fury, I have no objection to this. As for the information you want to know, as long as I know it, I can tell you without reservation. Gamora said, Then let's talk about the Tesseract first. According to the information I know, this treasure has appeared on the Earth for a long time. At least 1,000 years ago, the ruler of Asgard, brought the Tesseract to the Earth. But until today, we still know very little about this treasure. Since you mentioned before that Thanos is determined to win the Tesseract, I guess its power must be more than what we see. Gamora, what I know about Tesseract is from Thanos. The real name of Tesseract should be called Space Gem, which is one of the 6 infinite gems born at the beginning of the Big Bang. The purpose of Thanos establishing the Dark Legion and leading his 4 obsidian generals to invade the universe is to collect all 6 infinite gems into his own hands. Fury. I think the reason why he wants to collect 6 infinite gems is not because of a simple collecting habit. Gamora. Definitely not. Thanos has always believed that resources are limited in our universe, and that unlimited growth in the population will trigger people's competition for resources, eventually leading to the destruction of the entire universe. So every time Thanos encounters a civilization, he will massacre half of all life on the planet. He believes that it is his just act that allows the civilization on this planet to obtain longer with limited resources. The continuation of time. And once Thanos collects 6 infinite gems, he can instantly wipe out half of the life in his universe with just a snap of his fingers. Fury has always thought that he has seen a big scene. After all, 3 girls defeated an entire alien fleet with their bare hands. Fury believes that there is no other person in the entire Earth who has seen such a thing besides him. But even so, Fury was inevitably shocked when he heard Gamora say that if Thanos collected all 6 infinite gems, he could easily wipe out half of all life in the universe. Imagine that on a sunny day, you have breakfast as usual and drive to the office, and then suddenly half the population of the Earth evaporates. 3. Regardless of whether you or your loved ones are one of the unlucky ones, this kind of unforeseen horror will undoubtedly make the half of the survivors completely lose their sense of security, and they may live in a state of constant panic for the rest of their lives. Listening to what you said, it seems that we must win this battle no matter what. The Tesseract cannot fall into the hands of Thanos under any circumstances. Fury said firmly, even with a hint of determination in his tone. Zero, please give me flowers. Yes, this is also the purpose of coming to Earth this time, when I pretended to accept Thanos' assignment. Gamora responded. Speaking of which, I still don't know why. Ms. Gamora, you are so confident in the Earth? You have to know whether it is compared with Thanos and the Dark Legion in your mouth, or compared with the Accuser fleet of the Kree Empire. The Earth is the absolutely weak side. I really can't imagine how we can win this war. After Fury finished asking the question, Gamora immediately continued. I wonder if director Nick Fury has heard of the names Asgard and Jotunheim? Hearing this, Fury nodded first, then shook his head and replied, I know Asgard. It is said to be the ruler of the 9 kingdoms. The Earth is what they call Midgard. It is under the rule and protection of Asgard. Under. Zero. As for the other Jotunheim you mentioned, I only know that it, like the Earth, belongs to one of the 9 kingdoms. I don't know more about the others. Gamora was not surprised by Fury's answer, so she began to introduce to Fury. You are right about Asgard. At its peak, Asgard could be said to be one of the most powerful civilizations in the entire universe. Compared to the Kree Empire, is no less generous. I just don't know why, thousands of years ago, Asgard gradually began to shrink its military power and define its own rule as the territory of the 9 kingdoms. But precisely because of this, Asgard's ability to control the 9 kingdoms can be said to have reached a very solid level. Coupled with the illustrious reputation that Odin, the ruler of Asgard, once left in the universe, even if Thanos wanted to get the Tesseract, he would not dare to send a large number of troops to the Earth, let alone enter the territory of the 9 kingdoms in person. As for Jotunheim, it was originally just a small country with little reputation in the universe. But since Odin's adopted son became the king of Jotunheim 1,000 years ago, this country has quickly become an existence that is not inferior to Asgard in strength. Under the protection of these 2 powerful countries, whether it is Thanos or Ronan, the number of troops sent to the Earth is bound to not be too many. Because once Asgard and Jotunheim consider it to be a threat, then these two countries will make the counterattack is definitely something they don't want to face. After listening to Gamora's introduction to Asgard and Jotunheim, Fury felt a little more confident about the upcoming war. But we can't place our destiny entirely on the protection and assistance of others. I think the source of your confidence, Miss Gamora, should be much more than this, right? Fury asked tentatively. It seems that director Nick Fury is indeed a master of insight into people's hearts, but you don't seem to understand the power of your Earth that well. I also learned about this matter from the lieutenant of Ronan, the Accuser. According to him, the fleet of their Accuser Legion visited the Earth decades ago in order to hunt down the Skrulls. But as soon as they appeared outside the Earth's atmosphere, without even having a chance to land on the Earth's surface, they were attacked by 3 powerful men from the Earth. In that battle, 3 strong men from the Earth relied on their own strength to easily destroy most of the battleships of the Accuser Legion, causing them to abandon their armor and flee. If we can find these 3 powerful Earth heroes, then even if the Accuser Legion is joined by the Chitauri army, the Earth side will have an absolute chance of winning. Upon hearing this, Fury's face, which had just regained some confidence, suddenly changed and collapsed immediately. At the same time, Fury secretly muttered in his heart, "Damn it, I know these 3 people better than you, okay? If it were so easy to get them to take action, I wouldn't have to regard them as the last resort." When Carol and Anna sent the Tesseract back to Earth, they left him a cosmic communicator. Through this cosmic communicator, Fury can unilaterally send distress signals to them. Both of them also promised that they would rush back to Earth as soon as possible after receiving the news. However, Fury will not use this favor easily unless it is the last moment. And more importantly, although asking Carol and Anna for help, there is a high probability that this crisis can be easily solved. But what about next time? What about the next time? Do we place our hope on their rescue every time? Over time, this will inevitably cause the Earth to suffer from severe dependence, and it will never be able to develop the power to respond to major crises independently. Just like another bald man from a certain DC world said, Superman imprisons mankind into the cradle of comfort, does not give mankind the opportunity to grow in the face of crisis, and weakens the racial potential of mankind. Faced with the huge power gap, Carol and Anna are the Supermans of the Marvel Universe, and Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., will never allow humans to fall to their own devices. Therefore, Fury feels that this incident is both a crisis and an opportunity. If it can be handled properly, his long-planned Avengers plan can successfully pass the Security Council's approval through this incident. From now on, the Earth will have its own super crisis team, dedicated to dealing with major crises like this one that ordinary soldiers and SHIELD agents cannot solve. So Fury will definitely not be satisfied with Gamora's desire to find Elsa, Anna, and Carol. It won't be enough, at least for the time being. So after Fury thought briefly, he told Gamora a lie. Although I don't want to undermine your confidence, Miss Gamora, the 3 superheroes you mentioned left the Earth soon after defeating the Kree Empire's fleet. You also know that as far as the government is concerned, such powerful people are not allowed to appear on the Earth. As long as they stay on the Earth for one day, those careerists will not let go of studying their rash. So in order to avoid losing control one day due to such harassment, the 3 of them have long stopped living on the Earth. This, after hearing the news, Gamora felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her whole body fell into a sluggish state. Originally, she thought that these 3 superheroes should be the hidden power of the Earth. When the Earth faces the threat of being destroyed by invaders, they will definitely stand up to fight against the fleet sent by Thanos and Ronan. But now Fury actually told her that these 3 people had left the Earth decades ago. How will they win in this upcoming war? There's no answer. Even though Gamora racked her brains, she couldn't come up with any idea. Sure enough, am I still too naive? Gamora, who was extremely disappointed, lowered her head and laughed at herself. Miss Gamora, I think we shouldn't give up hope early. Although the 3 superheroes who once helped the Earth tide over the difficulties have left, many new strange people have been born on the Earth over the years. Seeing that Gamora was starting to give up on herself, Fury quickly opened her mouth to encourage her. After several conversations between them, Kayla has temporarily gained Fury's initial trust. As the king of agents, Fury has learned over his long career never to completely trust anyone. Being able to initially gain his trust is enough to prove that Gamora is indeed a partner worthy of cooperation, at least for the time being. Seeing that what he said attracted Gamora's attention, Fury struck while the iron was hot and continued. In fact, before we left the experimental base studying Tesseract, I had already asked people to contact the new generation of superheroes on the Earth. They each have their own unique abilities, but they also possess unparalleled wisdom. With their joining, I believe that by working together, we will be able to find a way to fight against the alien invaders. Not only that, you just mentioned Asgard. According to the news I received, their great prince Thor is on our Earth at the moment, and we have a very deep friendship with Thor. If he can join the team for this operation, maybe we can get support from Asgard and Jotunheim. I never thought you could actually have a relationship with Asgard. Gamora was definitely shocked when she heard the news, but at the same time she was extremely excited. This means that they may really have hope to stop Thanos' ambitions this time. At this moment, Agent Hill, who had been sitting quietly listening to the exchange between the two, suddenly stood up and walked to Fury and said, "Sir, we just received the news from Agent Barton that Thor has agreed to join the Avengers." Oh! After hearing the good news, even Fury, who had always been very calm, couldn't help but show a look of joy. However, Hill soon brought him an even more surprising news. Not only that, according to Thor, his brother, the god of lies and deceit, the king of Jotunheim, Odin, is now on Earth. Thor expressed that he is willing to act as our SHILDS lobbyist and persuade Loki. It was learned that Thor had agreed to the invitation of the Avengers Project and was also preparing to rope in the king of Jotunheim to join the operation. Even Agent Hill, who relayed the news, could not help but show excitement in his eyes while speaking. Fury and Gamora are definitely excited, thinking that the situation is improving and there is much to be done. After Hill finished speaking, Fury immediately asked her to tell Barton to fully cooperate with Thor in inviting Loki. No matter what the other party's request is, if he can agree to it, he will agree directly. If he can't make the decision, he will report it to Barton. He will reply to Barton in the shortest possible time. After solving the problem of forming Avengers, Fury continued his conversation with Gamora. He needs to have a deeper understanding of the intelligence about the Accuser Legion and the Chitauri Army in order to formulate a more detailed and targeted combat plan. Sir Phil Coulson, we are still 40 minutes away from our destination. While Fury and Gamora were brainstorming on the bridge, Phil Coulson had already taken his idol aboard Quinjet 07, heading to the space carrier. Does Dr. Banner want to replicate this super soldier serum it was injected with? In the cabin, the captain of the United States, who had just woken up from a 70-year slumber, was looking at the information Phil Coulson brought to him and asking questions. Many people think that, after all, Captain, you are the world's first superhero. Phil Coulson tried to reply in as calm a tone as possible, but it can be seen from the expression on his face that he doesn't know what to do, and he is not at peace at the moment. However, Dr. Banner did not take the initiative to conduct this research. He was deceived by the military project leader. For this reason, Dr. Banner received excessive amounts of gamma-ray radiation during subsequent human experiments and became a huge amount of green monster. Through the technological tablet in his hand, Steve Rogers, the captain of the United States, naturally saw the horror of the monster in Phil Coulson's words. "That's really counterproductive," Steve said with a frown. Phil Coulson nodded silently, agreeing with the captain's point of view. But immediately Phil Coulson went on to say, "Fortunately, Dr. Banner's problems were solved later, and now he can control his own power well and will no longer lose control like in the data. When he is not transforming, Dr. Banner is as smart as Stephen Hawking, but after transforming, he becomes as naughty as a child." However, Steve, who had spent 70 years in the ice, obviously had not had time to understand the development and changes in the scientific community over the years. Regarding the Stephen Hawking mentioned by Phil Coulson, Steve's face clearly showed a very confused look. Oh, Stephen Hawking is a great scientist. I mean Dr. Banner. He has intelligence far beyond ordinary people. Phil Coulson also saw the change in the captain's expression, so he quickly explained to him. After finishing speaking, Phil Coulson looked at the captain's satisfied expression after getting the answer. Finally, he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart and confessed to the captain. Captain, I'm really happy to see you active in the world again. In fact, I saw you before when you were still sleeping in the ice. I was right when you were discovered. The scene. When I learned that the director sent me here to invite you to join us, I felt so honored. Compared to Phil Coulson, who had full confidence in him, Steve said with some worry, I hope I can live up to your trust. Don't worry, Captain. You can definitely do it. Absolutely. In addition, I asked SHIELDS engineers to make some changes to your uniform and use the latest bulletproof materials. I hope it can provide you with some help. When talking about uniforms, Phil Coulson's eyes started to shine. Definitely, Phil Coulson is not a uniform control guy. But it was hard for Phil Coulson to control his excitement at the thought of his idol reappearing in front of the world wearing the uniform he proposed to modify. Just when Phil Coulson was daydreaming about the captain wearing uniform and killing everyone on the battlefield, the pilot of the fighter plane suddenly reported, Sir, we are about to arrive at our destination. Hearing this, Phil Coulson and Steve both turned their heads and looked out through the windshield of the cab. As expected, they could already see a huge ship floating on the sea in the vast sea. For the Quinjet, which can take off and land vertically, the pilot easily completed the landing operation, and there was no embarrassing accident of the plane crashing into the sea. Phil Coulson, who had just walked out of the cabin with the captain, saw Natasha Romanoff and Bruce Banner, who were also on the deck. As soon as they met, Natasha Romanoff asked Phil Coulson, Didn't that guy star come with you? After saying that, she looked at the captain and greeted, Hello, Captain. I am Agent Natasha Romanoff. Steve also shook his hand politely and responded, Hello, Steve Rogers. At this time, Phil Coulson also said, Natasha Romanoff. You know Tony's character? But since he has agreed to our invitation, he will show up sooner or later. Don't forget, he is Iron Man. Hello, I'm Bruce Banner. Although Dr. Banner is not a fan of the captain, as a scientist who has studied super soldier serum, Banner believes that he and the captain are really destined. Hello, I just heard Phil Coulson introduce you. I'm sorry for the suffering you have experienced. Steve said, You don't have to be sorry. Captain, this is not your fault. When I heard your story before, I still didn't understand why Dr. Erskine didn't leave any research data on the super soldier serum formula. But now I finally understand that if you don't have the same character and will as you, Captain, then any serum formula created cannot be a super soldier, but just a terrifying monster. With that said, Banner raised his eyes and glanced at Phil Coulson again, and then continued to talk to the captain. By the way, Captain, Phil Coulson must have fainted with joy when he saw you. He didn't let you be on his Captain of the United States trading card. Sign it. Trading card? What do you mean? The captain was confused. Before Banner could explain, Natasha Romanoff interrupted their conversation. Gentlemen, I suggest you get into the bridge quickly because it will become difficult to breathe. As the deck of the mothership was cleared by the crew, Steve and Banner, who had already entered the bridge, could feel an obvious shaking coming from under their feet. It was as if there was a big invisible hand that wanted to press them tightly to the floor. Dr. Banner, who had never experienced such an experience before, seemed a little flustered, while Steve, who was experienced in combat, immediately understood their current situation. He turned to look at Natasha Romanoff, who was standing aside, with a look of shock on his face. In less than 70 years, has the level of scientific and technological progress already reached this level? Steve, who remained calm even in the face of a hail of bullets, was still incredulous after discovering that the mothership he boarded could actually reach the sky. Natasha Romanoff explained to him, If it is an ordinary person, it will definitely not be able to do this. According to our original estimation, this mothership will not be officially put into service until at least 10 years later. But who allowed us, SHIELD, to recruit a talented consultant? Tony Stark, the only son of your old friend Howard Stark, has the same outstanding talent as his father. Tony single-handedly solved all the difficulties and bottlenecks in the manufacturing process of this mothership, and finally created this amazing miracle. I'm Iron Man. Now I understand why the media around the world are so obsessed with him. He is indeed a genius who can bring about miracles. Steve couldn't help but sigh. Chihuahuan Desert in North Texas. The environment in the Chihuahuan Desert is extremely harsh, and almost no one lives here. But at the moment, there was a figure standing lonely and abrupt in the desert. System, open the skills panel. Skill, demonic eye of direct death. Proficiency, 24.4%. Seeing that the skill proficiency of Death Eye was almost close to 25%, Loki couldn't help but grin. Just now, he finally found the second duplication sent to the world by Mephisto, and then crossed his death line again and solved it easily. But this time, in addition to the 5% skill proficiency, Loki also gained additional benefits from Mephisto. It was a contract containing powerful magical energy. Loki opened it out of curiosity and took a look at it, only to find that it was the contract Johnny Blaze had coaxed into signing by Mephisto. This is a good thing. As long as you take it with you to break the contract with Johnny, Loki can take back the power of Ghost Rider and give it to anyone who is willing to sign a contract with him again. But if Johnny is unwilling to terminate this contract, then Loki will have no choice. For example, Mephisto in the original plot was manipulated by strong electricity like this. But Loki didn't think Johnny would refuse his request. After all the troubles caused by Mephisto have been solved by him. For Johnny, the best choice is to reunite with his ex-girlfriend Roxanne and return to a normal life. However, before Loki could find Johnny to deal with the contract, Loki was stopped by an unexpected person. Thor, didn't you go find your little girlfriend to spend time together? Why did you appear here at this time? Looking at the helicopter that suddenly appeared in the Chihuahuan Desert and Thor getting off the helicopter, Loki couldn't help but wonder. What makes Loki even more strange is that after Thor came down, the man following him was the SHIELD agent nicknamed Hawkeye, Clint Barton. It will definitely not be easy for these two people to join forces to find him. But even though Loki was frantically recalling it in his mind, he still couldn't figure out what it was that was worthy of the two of them coming together to find him. It's not that Loki doesn't remember the Battle of New York that made the Avengers debut in front of the world, but under the blind spot of his thinking, Loki believes that he, who was originally the culprit, has now changed his destiny. Then the Chitauri army's invasion of the Earth should probably not happen. But Loki obviously still underestimated the inertia of fate. Even if he, the god of lies, was not at the forefront, there would still be others driven by fate to replace his original position in the timeline. This time, it was Ronan and Gamora who replaced Loki and promoted the incident. Brother, my dear brother. Faced with Loki's question, Thor didn't respond to a single word. Instead, he showed a smile that made Loki feel sick, open his arms, and rush towards Loki, preparing to give Loki a hug from a good big brother. This made Loki even more certain that Thor bringing Barton with him to the desert to look for him this time was definitely up to no good. Since you have guessed this, Loki will definitely not spoil Thor. I saw that he directly used the skill of Mirror Flowers and Water Moon, causing Thor's attempt to hug him to fail. Then another person appeared behind Thor and kicked Thor on the buttocks. Pia, following Thor's forward momentum just now, Loki's light kick caused Thor to throw himself onto the street and eat a mouthful of sand. Bah! 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 Thor kept spitting out the sand that fell into his mouth, and his eyes towards Loki became resentful. But after seeing the look Barton gave him, Thor, who seemed to have remembered something, immediately changed his face and became flattering. Stop pretending, brother. How can I still not know your character? If you want me to help you with something, please tell me immediately. If you don't tell me, I will just use it. Flying Thor has left. No. I said, I will say right away, Loki, don't leave yet. The thing is like this. Soon Thor told Loki that Thanos and Ronan, the Accuser, were cooperating to send an army to invade the Earth and seize the Tesseract. Loki was also very surprised after learning about this, and he had a new understanding of the fate of the Marvel Universe. It seems that even if his butterfly has been constantly flapping its wings for thousands of years, it has only barely reversed its own destiny, and its impact on the Marvel Universe is still very limited. Even whether Loki's own destiny has really changed is still a question. Loki didn't think too deeply about such ethereal things as fate. The thought just flashed through his mind, and Loki stopped thinking about it. Say something quickly, fart quickly, hurry up. Loki stopped temporarily when Thor called him. Hearing this, Thor did not dare to talk nonsense anymore and quickly said, "What? We hope you can join this action to resist the Accuser army and the Chitauri army." That's right. Barton also stood up at the right time and added, "As long as you are willing to help us solve this crisis, you can put forward any conditions, and we at SHIELD are willing to try our best to meet your requirements." But what neither Thor nor Barton expected was that after they finished speaking, Luigi shook his head without thinking for a second. "Don't refuse so quickly, brother. You should think about it again." Seeing this, Thor quickly advised. Barton also nodded vigorously, obviously echoing Thor's words. "I didn't say I refused." Seeing the two of them like this, Loki showed a smile of success. He just wanted to tease these 2047 guys. After all, it would be fine if he didn't know about this matter. But now that he knows it, it's a good opportunity to have fun and improve your skill proficiency at the same time. How could Loki miss it? Loki now only hopes that Ronan and Thanos will not be too timid, and it is best to send more people over. Otherwise, Loki would just kill them all single-handedly, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough to fill up the skill proficiency progress bar. If you weren't refusing just now, why were you shaking your head? Thor said angrily, feeling that he had been tricked by Loki again. Hey, you can't say that. It's all your own judgment based on subjective knowledge. How can you rely on me? Loki retorted, although both Thor and Barton could see that Loki was clearly playing a trick on them. But don't say they don't have evidence for this kind of thing. Even if they have evidence, there's nothing they can do to Loki. What's more, when it comes to eloquence and sophistry, I'm afraid Thor and Barton combined cannot be Loki's opponent. So there's really nothing they can do against Loki. Then what did you mean by shaking your head just now? Thor knew that Loki would definitely be able to find an excuse to deal with them, but he still asked reluctantly. "Oh, I said it was a misunderstanding. I shook my head just now. I didn't mean to reject you. The reason why I shake my head is because you underestimate me too much. You actually think that I have to put forward conditions for accepting this invitation. I think your situation is too small. Not to mention that although Thor is not smart, he is still my brother." When Loki said this, Thor suddenly interrupted. Hey, be careful what you say. Who is saying that you have a bad mind?" Regarding Thor's lack of self-awareness, Loki rolled his eyes at him and then continued. "Don't interrupt. What I mean is that for the sake of your big brother's face, I will definitely not be able to refuse. In addition to the relationship between the two of us, this matter is also related to the face of Jotunheim in Asgard. The enemies have already invaded the 9 realms. As the Prince of Asgard and the King of Jotunheim, if I ignore this, wouldn't it be detrimental to my identity and face?" Hearing Loki's explanation, even knowing that it was an excuse he made up, Thor couldn't help but marvel. "Well said. Our Asgard royal family should have such a spirit as you, my dear brother." Ah! Seeing with his own eyes that Thor was so easily convinced by Loki's few words, Barton turned his head and was really blinded. But anyway, Loki finally agreed to their invitation. In this way, they will have more confidence when facing the Accuser Legion and Chitauri army. But just when Barton was happy that the purpose of their trip was successfully accomplished, Thor asked a question that instantly plunged the scene into an awkward atmosphere. "Brother, according to what you just said, can we discuss asking Asgard and Jotunheim to send a supporting army to Midgard each?" Loki raised his hands to his forehead speechlessly after hearing Thor's question. He really didn't know whether to say whether Thor was stupid or naive. Barton, on the other hand, looked hesitant to speak, looking at Thor and not knowing what to do. "My stupid Aniki, do you want Midgard to go to war with Asgard and Jotunheim?" Loki looked at Thor as if he were an idiot and asked, "No, why do you ask?" Thor asked innocently. "Use your less developed brain more, bro. What do you think the armies of Asgard and Jotunheim are different from the armies of the Kree Empire and Thanos in the eyes of Midgardians? Once we win this battle, the two armies that came to support us will become Midgard's biggest threat. Although we don't have any negative thoughts about Midgard, this does not prevent the Midgardians from doubting it. As long as the seeds of doubt are sown, the cooperation between the two parties will inevitably restrict each other and even lead to conflicts. As a result, a war that could have been won may also fail due to internal fighting between the two parties. Brother, if Midgard is really defeated, who do you think the politicians and people will blame for this?" Loki's insightful explanation, coupled with the meaningful question at the end, if Thor is still stubborn, it is not stupid, but mentally retarded. "Oh, I didn't think about it that much. I just thought it would be a good thing to have more helpers at this time." "How could I know?" Loki shook his head and said, "If the difference in strength between the two sides is not big, then we can call for help. If the difference in strength between the two sides is too large, then it is called luring the wolf into the house. That means we can only rely on the strength of us people now," Thor said with some disappointment. Bart on the side breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. After all, he and Thor had worked together in S.H.I.E.L.D. for nearly 10 years. He believed that Thor was just thinking out of his head. But if Loki hadn't raised the issue or even agreed to Thor's proposal, then Barton should really worry about whether Loki has ulterior SHIELD air carrier. At the moment, in the conference room on the bridge of the space carrier, it can be said that all races are gathered together. Black, white, Aesir, giants of Jotunheim, and Zahubari. If this was a movie, it would definitely be Zhang-Ji's right. The current situation is that except for Tony Stark, the maverick super genius who has not yet arrived, all the other objects in Fury's Avengers plan have been gathered here. Not only that, Thor and Barton also brought him Loki, a powerful foreign aid, which made Fury feel confident about the upcoming battle. Although Ronan, the Accuser, united with Thanos, he became more powerful with the help of the Chitauri army. But Fury believes that with the current lineup, it will definitely not be better than Carol's original lineup. Elsa and Anna have a bad threesome. With only one day left at the earliest, the enemy will arrive. According to previous exchanges between Gamora and I, with the current military level of the Earth, it is difficult to directly break through the defense system of enemy warships. But I think offense is the best defense. If we want to win this war, the best combat strategy is to directly destroy the entire warship before the enemy's troops are released from the warship. So today we are all gathered here on the one hand to work together to see if everyone can think of a better response to this war. On the other hand, based on your strength, I hope to find someone who can carry out the task of destroying the battleship candidate. Although Nick Fury said this to everyone present, he could tell from the way his only remaining I kept scanning Dr. Banner, Thor, and Loki. Fury knew very well that among all the people here, only these three had the strength to complete the task. For this task, Loki naturally did his part. This is a great opportunity to brush up on skill proficiency, and Loki cannot miss it. Leave it to me. I will stop Ronan and his Accuser Legion from outside the atmosphere. As for the Chitauri army sent by Thanos and the Accuser Legion that slipped through the net, I will leave it to you to deal with it. After Loki finished speaking, he gave Nick Fury a meaningful look. Fury also looked towards Loki, his eyes full of praise for Loki. This approval was not only because Loki took the initiative to carry out the task of destroying the enemy warships, but more importantly, Loki was very smart and understood Fury's thoughts from the beginning. In fact, with Loki's strength, it would be easy for him to wipe out all the enemies attacking the Earth this time by himself. But Loki said that he would leave the Chitauri army to others to deal with. That's because SHIELD and the Avengers need 10 opportunities to reflect their own value and show their strength. Loki will not be like the god on Earth, imprisoning mankind in the cradle of comfort, so that mankind loses the opportunity to grow in the face of crisis. Don't worry, leave it to us. As long as they dare to enter the Earth's atmosphere, Our SHIELD agents and Avengers will send every enemy to hell," Fury said very confidently. However, in Loki's heart, he is not very optimistic that SHIELD and Avengers can defeat the Chitauri army. In his opinion, as long as SHIELD and Avengers can hold on, they are already extraordinary. Because although Chitauri's individual combat power is not strong, they have enough numbers. Sometimes, even if quantitative changes cannot constitute qualitative changes, the trouble it brings is enough to give SHIELD a headache. What's more, there are also great weapons like the Iron Leviathan in the Chitauri army. Among the entire Avengers, the only ones who have the strength to deal with Leviathan are Thor, and the Weirdo Banner. Tony Stark may be able to barely deal with a few, but with his endurance, it would not have much impact on the overall war situation. After it was confirmed that Loki would be the spearhead of the entire combat operation and complete the most important offensive mission, the remaining details were easily settled. But what surprised Loki was that after the meeting, Gamora took the initiative to find him. "I have long admired you, the king of Jotunheim, His Majesty Loki Odin." Gamora came to Loki and saluted respectfully. "Have you admired the famous name for so long? How come I didn't know that I was so famous in the universe?" Loki didn't know what Gamora's purpose was in coming to him, but Loki had no idea about his situation. Hinata is very self-aware. "Zero, please give me flowers." His actions outside the Nine Realms, except for the first time when he was inexperienced, were seen by EGE's duplication, and his true appearance was seen. Since then, he has always shown himself in a mask or phantom. Logically speaking, he should not be famous in the universe. "Your Majesty Loki, you are so humble. Thousands of years ago, you directly moved a fixed star to the vicinity of Jotunheim. It is still a widely circulated legend in the universe. And your daughter, Her Royal Highness Anna, is also a famous hero in the universe. The accuser Ronan, he and the 4 Obsidian generals under Thanos have all suffered a lot at her hands." "Zero." Loki shook his head and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect that these little things could spread my reputation beyond the 9 realms. But Anna, this child, seems to have really grown up a lot, but if I could be more low-key, better." Loki had no idea that little Anna, a little girl, would unknowingly gain such a big reputation outside the 9 realms. But Anna would not consider him, the king of Jotunheim, at all, and she didn't know how to hide her identity. If the enemy comes to Jotunheim for revenge, that won't cause trouble for Loki. "What you said is too modest. If directly migrating a fixed star can be regarded as a small matter, then in the entire universe, I am afraid there is no news that can be called a big event." Gamora persisted in confusion. "Keep up the flattery. Okay. Don't put a high hat on me anymore. If you have anything to say, you can say it straight to the point. As long as it is something that can interest me. Even if you have any difficulties, let me help." "That's not the case." "Can't." When Gamora heard this, her breathing began to become rapid. "Your Majesty Loki, actually..." "Your Majesty Loki, the scepter in my hand is actually the Mind Gem, one of the 6 infinite gems. I hope that I can leave it to you for safekeeping. Thanos has been searching for the whereabouts of the infinite gems in the universe, but so far, he has only obtained the Mind Gem, the only infinite gems. 11. Once he collects 6 infinite gems, it will be a terrible disaster for our universe. So I hope to leave this Mind Gem to your Majesty Loki for safekeeping. I believe that with your strength, Thanos will never be able to snatch it back from you." Gamora said, and was about to hand over the scepter with a Mind Gem in it to Loki. 870-inch, however, the infinite gems, which are extremely tempting to others, cannot make any waves in Loki's heart when they come in front of him. After reaching a certain level of strength, infinite gems are nothing more than useless props to Loki. "TB, are you sure you want to leave it to me for safekeeping?" Loki asked Gamora, instead of taking the scepter handed over to her. "I don't quite understand what you mean." The answer to this question is definitely, otherwise I wouldn't have spoken out about it. Gamora looked at Loki in confusion and replied. Loki shook his head and smiled. "I'm definitely not doubting your determination, But seriously, I already have 2 infinite gems in my hand. If I accept this one from you, there will be a total of 3 infinite gems gathered in my hands. Although you trust me very much, and I'm also very confident in my own strength, you have to think carefully about it. What if I am defeated by Thanos? Then he will be able to defeat me in one fell swoop. I got 3 infinite gems in my hand. After hearing what Loki said, Gamora obviously felt conflicted. But Gamora was not the kind of person who looked forward and backward, so she made a decision quickly. Gamora handed the scepter in her hand to Loki again and said, "I still want to believe in His Majesty Loki's strength. I grew up next to Thanos since I was a child, so I know very well how powerful he is." But Gamora paused when she said this, then looked at Loki firmly, and then continued. "But even Thanos, who is known as the Dark Emperor in the universe, the oppression he brings to me is far greater. Not as powerful as the threat I vaguely feel from you. So I can be sure that you are far more powerful than Thanos. If the mind gem in my hand is given to you for safekeeping, plus the 2 infinite gems in your hand, then even if Thanos gets the other 3 infinite gems, at best, are tied with you. In this way, I feel that the gems are safer in your hands. Although I know that there is some flattery in Gamora's words, she is indeed right. Loki is far more powerful than Thanos, at least for now." So Loki nodded with great satisfaction and said, "You are quite courageous. In this case, I will accept this scepter. As for the safety of infinite gems, you can rest assured. From today on, Thanos will take over the entire, even if the universe is turned upside down. I don't want to see the 3 infinite gems in my hand again." After speaking, Loki directly used the disguise magic to send the scepter in his hand into the Lord's treasure. Except for Loki and Anna, it is impossible for a third person to take the items out of the king's treasure. This is also the reason why Loki is so confident. Even if he killed Thanos, he probably wouldn't have thought that Loki actually had such a thing as a plug-in. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Loki. "Wow, how did you do that move just now? Was it magic? Or was it Asgard's special technology? Hi, this alien beauty. Please allow me to sincerely praise you. Your figure is really hot, but I may not be able to accept such a forbidden love. This is not because of your skin color. You don't miss the class meeting. By the way, is there reproductive isolation between us? If not, we have to take safety measures when we are impulsive. If Pepper knew that I had an illegitimate child, she would definitely kill me." The owner of this voice is none other than Tony Stark, the only late Iron Man among the Avengers. You'd better keep your mouth clean and then sincerely apologize to me immediately. Then I can forgive you generously. Otherwise, I can guarantee that if you appear in front of me today, you will become the most regretful and unbearable memory in this life. Tony's face still maintained his Playboy's calm and uninhibited smile. But after Gamora finished speaking, his expression visibly stiffened. "Tony, I advise you do what Gamora 5.2 says. Otherwise, when Gamora attacks you later, even if I were your uncle, I wouldn't be able to provide you with any help." It seems that the perception has arrived. Tony planned to fight to the end. Lu Ji also reminded him. Tony's expression suddenly changed when he heard this, and he put on a wry smile. He was not wearing a steel battle suit. At the moment, it seemed that he had no other choice but to compromise. So sincerely, Tony didn't do any more hesitations and directly showed his craftsmanship and said, "I'm very sorry, Miss Gamora. I was rude." After hearing Tony's apology, Gamora didn't say much. He gave Tony a "be careful next time" warning look with a cold face, then politely bid farewell to Loki, turned around and walked away without looking at Tony again. "Why did you come so late? You came just after our combat meeting was over. Why didn't you wait until the war was over to clean up the battlefield?" After Gamora left, Loki came to Tony and said, "Hey, come on, Uncle Loki, aren't you curious about the truth about this war? According to my understanding, the Earth has been exposed to alien civilizations for at least tens of thousands of years. But in so many years, we have never faced such a large-scale invasion by alien civilization." In the middle of Tony's words, Loki suddenly interrupted Excuse me. In fact, Jotunheim, under the leadership of the previous King Lauf, launched an invasion of the Earth more than 1,000 years ago, but it was defeated by Asgard led by my father. The army has returned to 07's home base. Tony said awkwardly after being choked by Loki. Well, I am an inventor, not a historian. It is understandable that I have some mistakes in historical research. What's more, this happened more than 1,000 years ago. Just as Tony finished speaking, Loki continued. More than 30 years ago, in order to hunt down a group of Skrull remnants, the Kree Empire also sent the Accuser fleet outside the Earth, but it was eventually defeated by 2 people from Asgard and Jotunheim. The princess, my daughter, was beaten away together with one of their friends. FB. Okay, don't worry about these details. What I want to say is that under the protection of Asgard, it should be impossible for the Earth to have a serious invasion like this one. But things happen so unexpectedly. I don't believe that the result of a thing will appear without any reason. So before coming here, I did some research. As a result of the investigation, I saw some very interesting things. I think maybe everyone should take a look at the real reason for this war. So Tony, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Now is a critical period for everyone to prepare for war. So what is so urgent that you have to call us all here now? Nick Fury, who was suddenly interrupted from work, seemed extremely irritable at the moment. Even though Tony was their SHIELD consultant, he didn't speak politely at all. In the conference room, everyone gathered together again and looked at Tony Stark standing in the C position with a trace of dissatisfaction and doubt in their eyes. Tony seemed very confident about this. He turned on the display device in the conference room, looked at Nick with a condescending look, and asked, "Yes, I will give a reasonable explanation that satisfies everyone." But, as he spoke, Tony posted the data on his personal terminal to the display device in the conference room, and then said, "Before that, Fury, I think you can explain what the so-called second phase of research is." Fury's face changed drastically when he heard this, and his originally dark complexion suddenly turned into a colorful black. This is our SHIELD's secret, and has nothing to do with the crisis we are about to face. I don't think there is any need to explain it now. Fury decisively refused, without giving any explanation as to what the second phase was. Is there really no relationship? Tony said meaningfully, the smile on his face getting colder. Since you don't want to say it yourself, let me explain it to everyone. Tony Stark, how dare you? Fury Rage shouted, trying to stop Tony's behavior. But at this moment, Captain Steve Rogers and Dr. Bruce Banner stood up at the same time, expressing their interest in the so-called second phase research. Smart choice. Tony praised the two of them and drew everyone's attention to the big screen again. The so-called second phase research is actually to study Tesseract and then use the research results obtained to manufacture weapons. But obviously, judging from the current results, they messed up. Looking at this video. With that said, Tony called up another video on the big screen. This was a surveillance video, and the scene recorded in the video was exactly the scene where Gamora opened the space channel through the Tesseract and appeared in such a secret experimental base. Not only that, this surveillance video also clearly recorded the conversation between Fury and Gamora at that time. When the video ended, Tony spoke again. It's obvious that this is all due to SHIELD's improper handling of the Tesseract, which has led to the difficult situation we are about to face. If we can't make it clear today how Tesseract will deal with it in the future, then I think even if this crisis is successfully resolved by everyone, the same problem will still happen again in the future. What do you think? Among the people in the conference room, Fury, Gamora, Natasha Romanoff, Barton, and Loki had known about this matter for a long time. The chairman also learned the truth through his own investigation. Only Steve, Thor, and Dr. Banner were kept in the dark by SHIELD from beginning to end. 873, therefore, after the truth was revealed, the three of them reacted the most intensely. Among them, Thor was the one who reacted the most. Where did you get the Tesseract? My father, Odin, transferred the Tesseract from the treasure house of Asgard to your Earth, just so that it would not be discovered. But I didn't expect that you would do such a stupid thing and try to touch something that you don't understand at all, and you can't even control it. Fury, Do you know that you are announcing to the entire universe that the Earth is ready to face a higher-level war? As soon as Thor finished speaking, Steve continued, Fury, I don't want to wake up after sleeping for 70 years and see that the only change in this world is that nothing has changed. Does SHIELD want to become the second Hydra by making such a move? If Fury was able to find a way to refute Thor's question just now, then the captain's question really left him speechless. Because from the time Steve woke up until now, Fury has never had the courage to tell him the truth. Not only did Hydra not perish due to the failure of World War II in these years, but has taken root in SHIELD and grown. Guys, please calm down and listen to me. Seeing that the situation in the conference room was starting to get out of control, Nick Fury quickly spoke out to calm everyone's emotions. As Fury shouted, everyone in the conference room became quiet and turned their attention to Fury. I know you are in a hurry now, but don't be anxious yet. At least with regard to the Tesseract, there's no need to be anxious now. The alien invaders that pose the greatest threat to our planet are the first issues we should consider, right? Fury began to use words, trying to disrupt the thoughts of everyone present through complex logical chains. But apart from Thor, who among the people in this conference room is not extremely smart, Fury's attempt to use the same methods he used to deal with ordinary people to deal with these superheroes was obviously a miscalculation. We are definitely very aware of the crisis facing the Earth, but we understand even more that if the Tesseract matter is not resolved, then the same thing will only happen again and again. None of us want to have to perform heroic acts from time to time in the future. The drama of saving the world. Even Tony, who is a performer, is not willing to do such heroic things, let alone other people. As soon as Tony finished speaking, Steve, the captain of the United States, also stood up and continued. Yes, we must first settle down the enemy. Before facing a more powerful enemy, I think it is necessary for us to deal with our situation first. Internal contradictions. Although Tony and Steve are not the most powerful among the Avengers, their identities, personalities, and abilities destine them to be the natural leaders of the Avengers. Now that both of them have stood up, if Fury doesn't give a definite reply, then when the alien army comes to the border, the situation they will face will be very passive. Just when Fury was about to speak, Agent Hill broke in from the outside and said to everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the war is about to begin. Our military satellites have captured the aliens that suddenly appeared outside the atmosphere. Starship. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at each other and quickly reached a tacit understanding. Steve immediately said, the enemy is at present. It seems that we have no time to resolve internal conflicts. Avengers, it is our turn now. Loki, I'll leave the leading role to you. Is that okay? It's definitely no problem. It's better to say this is just what I want. After Loki finished speaking, the portal in his hand was also completed at the same time. The next moment, Loki took a step forward, and he had already arrived from the space carrier into outer space. Loki, who has the bloodline of the giants of Jotunheim, can survive direct exposure to outer space for a period of time and function normally even without any protective equipment. When Loki saw the Accuser army and the Chitauri army constantly appearing in front of him through space jump points, to be honest, he missed the king's treasure that he had stripped away. After all, in a situation like this, no weapon is more suitable than his magically modified water droplets. However, for the skill proficiency of direct death, even if he worked a little harder, Loki still had to complete the task he took on one by one. Today I'm going to let you alien bastards have a good look at what a green flash is. Loki thought to himself as a flying dart made of frozen air flew out of his hand. With the power bonus brought by the strength of Loki level Godfather, the flying darts arrived in front of the battleship of the Accuser Legion in an instant. Whoosh! As expected, Loki, dressed in green, began to shuttle through space like a flash of light. The moment Loki held the flying darts, the Death Eye had been opened, and the huge Kree battleships in his field of vision were densely packed with dead lines. Phew! Loki didn't have any difficulty in choosing. He just randomly selected one of the many dead lines and then gently drew the skate along the direction of the deadline in his hand. After swiping the knife, Loki did not look at the result. He threw the ice knife in his hand towards another battleship not far away, and then repeated what happened just now. In just a few seconds, the Accuser Legion lost dozens of warships without any reaction, and all of them were cut in half from strange positions. Only 1 second had passed until Loki slashed all the Accuser Legion warships that could be seen in his field of vision. It was only then that the space battleships killed by Loki finally reacted and began to explode one after another in the order of Loki's attack. This scene is like setting off fireworks to congratulate Loki on his achievements in the battle. Huge amounts of fireballs form a thread of firelight against the background of the universe. However, in the face of Loki's crushing killings, Ronan seemed to have no intention of letting his Accuser Legion make a strategic retreat. This battle was different from the previous pursuit of the Skrulls. Ronan was willing to take the initiative to evacuate that time. On the one hand, Elsa and the others were powerful, but on the other hand, there were Skrulls who were not worth the Kree's suffering. Greater losses. But today's war will determine the ownership of a planet and the survival of a civilization. What's more, Ronan knows very well that if he wants to become an ally of Thanos, he must bear the corresponding price. So even though Loki caused huge amounts of losses to them, these were acceptable in Ronan's eyes. Before the space jump point, new Kree battleships constantly appear, and Loki is also happy to kill them to quickly increase the skill proficiency of the Eye of Death. In just 10 minutes, Loki has increased his skill proficiency to 40%. While Loki was blocking the Accuser Legion on his own, Shurath, who had escaped from the Accuser Legion, and a Zeta Swiss army sent by Thanos also began a war with Shield and the Avengers. Compared with the huge advantages in the outer space battlefield, the Earth side is relatively passive in the ground battlefield. Although the Accuser was killed and the invasion of the Thanos alliance was due to Gamera's betrayal, the World Security Council was prepared in advance and united the forces of all countries in the world to deploy defenses. But in the face of huge amounts of weapons disparity, serious casualties still occurred on the Earth side. Not only that, because the location of the space jump point happened to be over North America, the Chitauri army that rushed into the Earth caused huge amounts of damage to urban facilities in the United States and surrounding countries in a very short period of time. Faced with such a situation, it is impossible for the Avengers to run exhausted in order to preserve these urban facilities. Under the selfish motives of the World Security Council, all the Avengers were concentrated in New York. Compared to heroes protecting the world, they're more like security guards protecting New York at this moment. Thor, Dr. Banner, you two are the most powerful among us. I need your powerful output now. On the communication channel, the tired voice of instructions from Steve Rogers, the captain of the United States, came. As soon as Steve finished speaking, Tony also spoke on the channel. Are you still lazy? Thor, Dr. Banner, wake up quickly. Come to 813 on Parker Street, and I will lure the enemy there. In the steel jungle composed of skyscrapers, Tony, wearing a steel battle suit, seemed to have returned to his home court, moving between buildings, constantly luring the enemy to follow him. The most eye-catching skyscraper in the entire New York City is definitely the Stark Building, named after Tony. At the moment, on the roof of the Stark Building, Thor and Dr. Banner, who were called by Steve and Tony one after another, were gathered here. Dr. Banner, it's time for you to transform. Thor also looked at Bruce Banner at the moment. I saw Banner helplessly taking out a wooden mask from the backpack behind him and said with a wry smile, "Okay, I also know it's time. It's just that after each transformation, after the suppressed part of the heart is released, he quits. It's still hard for me to adapt to the feeling of transformation." Even so, Banner put on the wooden mask that sealed the power of Hulk and Loki's magic without hesitation. After a whirlwind, the disguised geek wearing a large yellow suit and a green bald head appeared again in the world. And Dr. Banner's transformation has indeed verified that law again. After becoming bald, you will really become stronger. Thor, the task of drawing lightning from this big lightning rod will be left to you. I'll take the first step. Dr. Banner, who had completed his transformation, reached out and dug into his suit pocket. The suit pocket actually looked like a fourth-dimensional pocket. Banner directly took out a rocket backpack. As Dr. Banner carried the rocket backpack behind his back, the jet device underneath seemed to sense it and immediately sprayed out 2 scorching flames. Then Dr. Banner was heard yelling, "I'm going to go. Oops, my butt is so hot." This figure full of humor disappeared from Thor's sight and flew to Parker Street, not far away. After Dr. Banner went to support Tony, it was Thor's turn to show off his power. Thor raised Mjolnir in his hand high, and in the blink of an eye, huge amounts of dark clouds appeared in the originally cloudless sky over New York. And as Thor casts spells on the roof of the Stark building, dark clouds are still gathering, and the coverage area becomes wider and wider. In the dark clouds, the flashing electric lights were like silver thunder dragons, rolling in the rough sea of clouds. Suddenly, a thunder exploded, and Thor stood on the commanding heights, holding the hammer in his hand, pulling the thunder falling from the sky. Boom! Thor has settled the matter, and wherever Mjolnir sweeps, there will be lightning flashes. In the blink of an eye, Thor wiped out more than a fleet of Chitauri soldiers and dozens of Iron Leviathan. On the other side, Tony, who took the initiative to take risks, has attracted a lot of pursuers behind him, including several Leviathan beasts. As Tony turned a corner again, he hurriedly called to the communication channel, "Hey, which one of you is going to help me decide? I won't be able to hold on until someone comes. You want me to be the #1 Avengers, a superhero who died heroically. As the saying goes, chow chow, chow chow arrives." As soon as Tony finished speaking, Dr. Banner, a weirdo in disguise carrying a rocket backpack, appeared in his sight. At the same time, Dr. Banner's mean voice also sounded in the communication channel. "You can get out of the way, Mr. Nutcracker. Leave the rest to my great hero to finish them off." What are you going to do? Tony had never seen Dr. Banner's fighting style after transforming into a weirdo. Seeing that the opponent had no weapons prepared, he suddenly asked with some worry, "Hee, you've got the point right. Look at me dash," Dr. Banner said as he started to spin crazily in the air. After another whirlwind, Dr. Banner's appearance has changed. At the moment, he changed from the large yellow suit he was wearing to a blue tights. There is a yellow inverted triangle on the chest of the tights, and a pattern similar to the English letter S is printed in the middle of the inverted triangle. But the funniest part is the red briefs he wears on his lower body and the red cape behind his back that wraps around Dr. Banner's head due to the crazy spin. "Hey, are you here to be funny? Stop playing around. I've brought you the prey." Although Tony couldn't help laughing when he saw this, he still suppressed his laughter and reminded him. Dr. Banner also hurriedly pulled away the cloak wrapped around his head, revealing his green face with a wig. "Don't worry. Watch me freeze them all into popsicles in one breath." Freeze breath. Breathe. Banner took a deep breath, and his entire chest began to expand like a balloon. When he had inhaled to the limit in one breath, he exhaled again with all his strength. Call. However, the classic scene in the Superman comics did not appear as promised. Dr. Banner's performance, which was too long, actually released a blank bomb. "Hey, Banner, I don't think you're cool at all." Tony shouted angrily on the communication channel. "Sorry, you can't change me. Do you understand?" What Tony got was Banner's very cool response. "It's just that I used the wrong move. Don't worry, they can't run away. This time it's really my special move. Look at me. I'm eating garlic on this stage." In an instant, a green gas with a strong garlic smell was exhaled from Dr. Banner's mouth, surrounding all the enemies attracted by Tony. "Bruce Banner, I'm Gon Lin Leong. I haven't run away yet." "Ugh. Hey, it seems that in addition to the urine recovery system, the subsequent battlesuit upgrade will also need an air circulation system." "Ugh. I can't." Logically speaking, as biochemical warriors, Chitauri soldiers, and Leviathan beasts, as long as their nerve centers are still controlled by the Battleship Command Center, no matter how foul the environment is, it is impossible for them to be shaken, let alone fight. Reality hurts. But don't forget that after Dr. Banner transforms into a weirdo, he is a funny character who doesn't make sense at all and doesn't even understand physics. How powerful a funny character can be is completely impossible to estimate based on common sense. Therefore, although Dr. Banner's garlic gas attack only caused a certain amount of mental damage to the friendly Tony Stark, it caused full magical damage to the Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan beasts. The enemies directly wrapped in this green gas were corroded and melted into a puddle of liquid in just a few seconds, dripping onto the streets of Parker Street. HMY equals God. Banner, why didn't you tell me earlier that your move is so powerful? Do you want to meld me with them? Tony, who saw all this happening with his own eyes, quickly increased the flight speed of the battlesuit to the maximum power and left the encirclement of this garlic gas as quickly as possible. Facing Tony's horrified question, Dr. Banner just waved his hand casually and said, "Sorry, I didn't wear my headphones properly just now, so I couldn't hear clearly." Tony became even more angry when he heard this. "Banner, I think your attitude is not cool at all." However, what happened was that Dr. Banner changed his clothes in a whirlwind. He put on a set of clothes that looked like he was going to the countryside with home appliances. He hunched his back and raised his head and said to Tony, "Can you care? I have to keep my attitude. You can change it. Don't leave me. Do you understand?" Bruce Banner, you'd better understand that as an advisor to SHIELD and the vice captain of the Avengers, my job is to take care of heroes like you. You're awesome. I'll give you a big thumbs up. Don't worry, I've already said that this stage is too fussy. Even if you stay in there for a while, you won't die. At most, you'll be disgusted for a little longer. Hearing the quarrel between Tony and Dr. Banner on the communication channel, Natasha Romanoff, who had snatched Chitauri's flying motorcycle, rushed to where the two were and spoke out to persuade them. "You all calm down. If even we ourselves, if there is no unity, then this war does not need to continue. We can just surrender. I'm too lazy to argue with him. It's just that this guy is so annoying." Tony argued arrogantly. Dr. Banner is like this after his transformation. "Tony, please be more tolerant and bear with him a little." Natasha Romanoff explained to Tony. The conflict between Tony and Dr. Banner was temporarily put on hold due to the mediation of Natasha Romanoff. However, the situation on the battlefield did not improve. There is no way to continue like this. Their combat power is simply endless. If we kill one Chitauri, two more will pop up the next second. We can't kill them all. Barton, who had never spoken on the communication channel, finally spoke at this time. Just after Barton killed two birds with one stone by blasting through two Chitauri soldiers, the quiver behind him was now empty. If the current situation continues, no amount of quiver supplies will be enough for him. What's more, although their fighting power far exceeds that of ordinary people, they are not biochemically modified like the Chitauri army. They will also be in pain and tired. It is impossible to maintain the best fighting position all the time. In other words, the longer the war lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. So would S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, who has been watching this war from the space carrier, not know this? He must have thought about it a long time ago, so when the Avengers started to complain about it, he was well prepared. Fury didn't show the slightest surprise. "Director, our goal has been achieved, and it's time to end all this. If we continue like this, the losses will be too great, and the funds granted to us by the World Security Council next year will be cut." Agent Hill, who was standing next to Fury and had also been paying attention to the battle, said, "Do you think this lesson is enough for the old guys on the World Security Council to compromise?" Fury asked without turning his head to look at Agent Hill, just staring at the screen in front of him. Hill rolled his eyes and responded, "I don't know if they will compromise. I only know that if you don't end this war, those old guys will launch a nuclear bomb on New York. Zero, please give me flowers." When Fury heard what Hill said, the expression on his face also changed. After a while, he continued, "You are right. It is time to end this war. If it continues, those people will jump over the wall." Hill informed Gamora that she can tell the Avengers the news. Although the leak of the Tesseract and Project Pegasus caught Nick Fury by surprise, he had already combined all the intelligence and made the most detailed plan to deal with this war. First, he used this to threaten the World Security Council, allowing those members to pass their own Avengers plan that had been stuck for more than 10 years. Then with the cooperation of Loki, the Chitauri army put on the Earth was actually part of Fury's plan. Only by making this matter bigger can Fury take the opportunity to improve SHIELD's status in the eyes of the World Security Council and gain greater power. With enough strength, Fury can confidently and boldly carry out a thorough cleaning of Hydra undercover agents in SHIELD and among high-level government officials. After those big shots finally realized the potential threat that alien civilization poses to the security of the Earth and the continuation of mankind, Fury's purpose was basically achieved. In the end, it is only necessary to inform the Avengers of the key information to end this war, making them the most eye-catching key presence in this incident. So as the driving forces behind the Avengers, SHIELD and Nick Fury naturally became the big winners and the biggest beneficiaries in this incident. So soon, Gamera's voice appeared in the Avengers communication channel. Guys, I have found Chitauri's weakness. The Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan beasts have completely lost their sense of autonomy after biochemical transformation, and are all commanded and controlled by the core center. As long as we can find the battleship where the core of the Chitauri army is located and blast it, all Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan beasts will immediately... Gamora, according to the plan agreed with Nick Fury in advance, revealed the weaknesses of the Chitauri army to the Avengers without leaving any trace. After hearing the news, all these superheroes could be heard in the communication channel breathing a sigh of relief. If they really kill one after another like this, I really don't know how long it will take to end this war. Captain Steve also immediately commanded in the communication channel. Tony, the task of finding their core center is left to you. Got it. Tony agreed directly. I'm the smartest person in this team. So who else would do this task than me? JRVS. I'm here. What are your orders, sir? Search for all nearby signal sources and lock the link location. As the saying goes, 000. If you work hard in the wrong direction, the harder you work, the more unfortunate you will be. But once you find the direction of your efforts, no matter how difficult the problem is, it can be finally solved. After knowing the weaknesses of the Chitauri army, it will be easy for the Avengers to deal with them. With the help of the artificial intelligence JRVS, Toto quickly found the space battleship where the Chitauri core center was located. Thor, the remaining energy of my battle suit is no longer enough to cause a devastating blow to such huge amounts of battleships. I will fly ahead to lead the way later, and it is up to you to complete the final blow. Okay, I promise. My Mjolnir and I will make this war final. Thor replied confidently after receiving the message. Then let's set off now, Thor. Follow closely. After saying that, Tony mobilized the last bit of energy left in the arc reactor and soared into the sky toward the Chitauri battleships above New York. Thor stood on the roof of the Stark building and immediately caught Tony's figure. He waved his hand, and Mjolnir immediately took off and followed him. However, just as the two of them launched their final attack, Nick Fury brought them bad news. Guys, I just received bad news here. The old guys from the World Security Council sent a little fat man to New York just half a minute ago. What's the little fat guy? Could it be what I thought it was? Natasha Romanoff's sixth sense as a woman immediately realized that the bad news might not be as understatement as Fury described it. If you're like me, then I think this matter is exactly what you guessed. From Fury's voice, it was obvious that his tone was very bitter. Hey, Fury, Natasha Romanoff, what are you talking about? Can you please stop doing charades? The Riddler gets out of Gotham. The United States Captain Steve, who is unclear about his post-ice history, apparently didn't understand the encrypted call between Natasha Romanoff and Fury. But as a native of the United States agent, Barton already knows what this little fat guy is. He explained to Steve in the communication channel. Captain, you should still remember the fat man and little boy that Phil Coulson told you before, right? The two mushrooms that brought an end to World War II. This little fat man should be the combination of fat man and little boy. Those bastards on the Security Council want to wipe the entire New York off the map. After hearing Barton's explanation, even the captain, who had always been very calm, couldn't help but say a curse word. Damn it. We can obviously win soon. Why is it at this time? How long will it take before the nuclear bomb detonates? If it's too late, I can let Davos control the steel battle suit on me and send it into space to detonate. Tony, who also heard the bad news, said on the communication channel. Fury, it's too late, Tony. The nuclear bomb is only 1 minute away from you. Even if you turn back now, you won't have time to send it into space. After learning from Fury that the nuclear bomb was only 1 minute away from them, Hawkeye Clint Barton stood on a tall building and looked into the distance. With his far more powerful vision than ordinary people, he could already see a black dot on the distant sea heading towards New York at high speed. At the moment, Tony and Thor are heading to the battleship of the Chitauri army to complete the task of destroying the core center. The only Avengers members on the ground are him, Captain, Natasha Romanoff, and Dr. Banner. Although Barton doesn't know whether Dr. Banner can prevent the nuclear bomb from exploding in New York City, he knows very well that among the four, only Dr. Banner is the most powerful. If even Dr. Banner can't prevent this from happening, then they will have no choice but to be listed in the obituary list of tomorrow's newspaper together with the people in the city who failed to escape. Banner. Just as Barton was about to speak, Dr. Banner's voice came from the communication channel. No need to say more, don't worry. I can easily deal with just a nuclear bomb. Thinking about the energy intensity of gamma ray radiation I received at the beginning, this little fat man is much more powerful. Hearing this news, not only the Avengers in New York City, but also Fury and Hill in the Pacific were extremely surprised that things had really turned around. Dr. Banner, what are you going to do? Do you need our help? The nuclear bomb little fatty had little time left for them, so the captain asked quickly. Hearing this, Banner muttered, Well, there's indeed something very important that I need your help with. Barton asked eagerly, What on earth is going on? Dr. Banner, tell me quickly. The nuclear bomb is already coming. Barton, who had excellent eyesight, saw that the nuclear bomb was already less than 10 kilometers away from them. At the speed of the nuclear bomb flight, it would only take the blink of an eye to cover this distance. This matter is very important. Please go to the nearest drugstore immediately and buy 2 boxes of Giant Waxiashi tablets at 5.7. Remember to buy the Hygiene brand. I can't get used to the taste of other brands. When Dr. Banner finished his instructions, the nuclear bomb had already arrived over New York and was about to fall. But in the next second, Dr. Banner's thin figure stood between the nuclear bomb and the New York citizens below. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone who witnessed this scene, Dr. Banner's figure looked even taller than when he transformed into Hulk. Mighty. Then under everyone's shocked eyes, Dr. Banner did something incredible. He actually opened his mouth wide and swallowed the bill directly into his stomach. Boom. Goo 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 poof. As a muffled sound came from Dr. Banner's stomach, the explosion of the nuclear bomb appeared as scheduled. However, because of Dr. Banner's seemingly suicidal act of swallowing a nuclear bomb alive, the explosion of Little Fat Man was not able to cause any damage in the Big Apple. Definitely Dr. Banner's original discomfort was not that good. Not to mention that his stomach was stretched dozens or hundreds of times at the moment of the explosion. After all, after putting on the wooden mask blessed by Loki's magic, Dr. Banner's body has become different from ordinary people, and he cannot walk around normally. What made Dr. Banner feel the most uncomfortable was the gas, with terrifying radiation produced after the explosion, which kept rushing around in his digestive system. Although he was originally able to ignore the damage caused by these radiations, the ordinary citizens of New York City couldn't bear it. So even though Dr. Banner was very uncomfortable, he still couldn't release the gas through any outlet in his upper or lower body. Otherwise, for the citizens of New York, it is not as simple as enduring some unpleasant smells. This dose of radiation can kill people in minutes. Fortunately, the disguised geek's physical recovery ability was strong, and after his stomach rumbled for a while, he gradually returned to normal. No, as soon as the symptoms of stomach discomfort began to subside, Dr. Banner began to act erratic again. I saw him swept by a whirlwind, and his clothes were changed into a monster leather suit. Anyone who has watched monster movies should be able to recognize the well-known character IP of Dr. Banner's COS at a glance. It is an ancient giant monster that evolved due to the mutation of nuclear radiation. Godzilla. However, Dr. Banner's hardworking performance at the moment is destined to be unnoticed by anyone, because almost at the same time that he solved the nuclear explosion crisis created by the World Security Council, a violent explosion occurred on a Chitauri warship in the sky. The flames and dazzling light produced by the explosion looked like a second sun appearing in the sky from the ground. As the Chitauri warship was blasted, the Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan beasts that were still causing destruction and killing in the city were turned into soulless bodies, completely out of control, falling from the sky to the ground. "We succeeded," Tony's excited voice sounded over the communication channel. Immediately afterwards, the cheers of other Avengers members also came one after another through the communication channel, conveying the excitement and joy between them. At the same time, in the cosmic battlefield on the other side, Loki's killing operation has been going on for almost an hour. Because too many Kree and Accuser Legion battleships were killed, the skill proficiency of Eye of Death has skyrocketed to 75%. It's a pity that no matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Perhaps it is because the cannon fodder sent out to die in the Accuser Legion is so weak that no matter how Loki uses his skills later, his skill proficiency will not show up. Increase. With the defeat of the Chitauri army at the hands of the Avengers, the Accuser Corps of the Kree Empire finally retreated, and no new Kree warships appeared in the space jump points outside the Earth's atmosphere. In this way, a war involving 2 countries and 3 parties ended with the victory of the Earth side and the defeat of Ronan, the Accuser, and Thanos of the Dark Order. However, although the war is over, the problems between SHIELD and the Avengers have not yet been resolved. And because the invasion of the Chitauri army caused huge losses to various countries in North America, Nick Fury and his SHIELD also need to continue to follow up on the follow-up work. The Avengers, who had finished their combat missions, returned to the space carrier in their own ways. Although after a big battle, they were very exhausted both physically and mentally, not to mention that Barton and Natasha Romanoff still had some minor injuries. But even so, they still gathered in the conference room as soon as they returned to the space carrier to discuss the follow-up issues of Tesseract in the shortest possible time and come up with a solution that would satisfy both SHIELD and Avengers. Regarding this matter, Loki originally didn't want to get involved. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Loki would rather have all kinds of troubles happening one after another, so that he, the fun-loving guy, would have a chance to have fun. But Thor didn't know where his brain was twitching again, and he insisted on dragging him into the conference room to observe. It is said that he has a better mind. Maybe he can provide some useful suggestions. Loki was quite speechless about this. He definitely had useful suggestions. Just hand the Tesseract to him and keep it in the King's treasure. That is definitely the safest plan. But can old coin Nick Fury agree? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Nick Fury and all the Avengers originally had this opposition in their views on the 980 issue. To discuss a solution that is acceptable to both parties, it cannot be solved in a few words. According to Nick Fury, the endless energy in the Tesseract and its potential for weapon development represent the future of the Earth. If they had cutting-edge weapons like the Chitauri army or the Accuser Legion in this war, then why would Fury bother to do so many things and make so many plans? But for the Avengers, their original existence is a warning and deterrence on behalf of the Earth to extraterrestrial civilizations. Developing Tesseract for military purposes will not only fail to protect the Earth's own security, but will instead cause more uncontrollable chaos and even lead to bigger enemies. Therefore, the Avengers are opposed to continuing developmental research on the Tesseract, or even allowing the Tesseract to remain in S.H.I.E.L.D. The development of the matter was just as Loki expected. After several hours of discussion and quarrel, neither Nick Fury nor the Avengers could convince the other, and the matter reached a deadlock. The dull atmosphere in the conference room was really suffocating. Loki, who had no interest in this matter, didn't care what the others were discussing. Loki, who was really bored, glanced around the conference room and finally found someone who had the same idea as him. Loki stood up from his seat quietly, moved to Gamora's side, and started chatting with her. It's boring. Seeing that it was Loki talking to her, Gamora didn't dare to be careless and nodded respectfully and replied, "A little bit indeed." This is true for any civilization. After it develops to a certain level, various contradictions will be exposed. No matter how glorious it looks on the surface, there are always many problems hidden secretly. Although it seems like they're arguing about Tesseract now, in fact, they're more like a confrontation between conservatives and radicals. Loki didn't care whether Gamora understood what he was talking about, but Gamora was the only one who could chat with him now, and Loki could only talk and spend time with her. By the way, things on Earth are over now. Have you ever thought about how you should live after betraying Thanos? Should you stay on Earth and become a member of SHIELD or the Avengers? Or wander in the universe and become a free bounty hunter? Loki suddenly changed the topic and asked Gamora about her future plans. What about life after that? Upon hearing Loki's question, Gamora didn't know how to answer it. In other words, from the moment she decided to betray Thanos, Gamora stopped thinking about her future. But now the Chitauri army sent to Earth by Thanos has been completely wiped out, and the mind gem that was given her was also handed over to Loki's hands and properly placed. Gamora suddenly found that she could really start to think about how to plan her future life. After thinking carefully for a while, she continued, "When things on Earth are completely dealt with, I probably won't stay here anymore. After all, I'm a traitor to the Dark Order. If I stay on Earth, I might cause a lot of trouble here. And only in the universe can I exert greater value. Thanos doesn't know that the mind gem has been handed over to your Majesty Loki by me. As long as I keep wandering in the universe, I can continue to attract Thanos' attention and distract the Dark Order's power. You will always be in danger if you do this," Loki reminded her. Gamora shook her head and said calmly, "From the day my home planet was massacred by Thanos, I have put my own life and death aside, and I don't ask to be able to kill Thanos with my own hands and avenge my own people. I will spend my whole life, as long as I can prevent Thanos from getting all 6 infinite gems, then I will have no regrets. But I will not give up my life easily. After all, I have lived in the Dark Order for so many years. It is not easy for Thanos and his men to catch me." Loki can understand Gamora. After all, everyone has their own choices. Gamora just chose a lifestyle that she agrees with. So after hearing Gamora's determination, Loki did not persuade her to change her mind, but said to her, "In that case, you might as well join the adventure team composed of my daughter Anna and her friend Carol. The two of them are pretty good. They wander around the universe every day and occasionally do some heroic things. If you're willing to join their journey and take risks with them, then I can send you to join them." Gamora was a little surprised when she heard Loki's suggestion, because she had heard of Anna and Carol's names Gamora. Because since the two of them debuted as superheroes in the universe as a combination, they have caused a lot of trouble for the Kree Empire. Wherever they go, civilizations enslaved by the Kree Empire will be liberated. The Kree soldiers who stayed behind would be beaten up by the two men and then sent back to the home planet of the Kree Empire. So Gamora heard about Anna and Carol's deeds from Ronan, the Accuser. But Carol really doesn't know that this famous Anna is actually Loki's daughter. If she knew that Anna and Carol were 2 of the 3 powerful men who forced back the Accuser army more than 30 years ago, then Gamora would probably be even more surprised. After all, such strength cannot be described by Loki's words. It's still pretty good. In Gamora's limited knowledge, the only ones in the entire Dark Order who can do this kind of thing are probably Thanos and the 4 Obsidian generals. If she can really successfully join Anna and Carol's small adventure group, then there will be no need to worry about Thanos and the Dark Order's pursuit in the days to come. To be honest, I am indeed very moved by Your Majesty Loki's proposal, but I am worried. If I join, will it bring unnecessary trouble to them? Gamora said with great hesitation. You don't have to worry anymore. The trouble caused by these 2 little guys is much more serious than your little thing. If you are worried, you should worry about yourself, so as not to be implicated by them. and Anna inherited my good space magic ability and learned a lot of space magic from me. Even if you are really unlucky and run into big trouble one day, you can still use space magic to escape quickly, and your life will still be safe. Very secure. After hearing what Loki said, Gamora did not refuse the other party's kindness. She knew very well that Loki's purpose in making this suggestion was to provide her with some protection, and Anna and Carol were her protective umbrellas. Gamora believed that with Loki's backing, Anna and Carol would not be in any danger even if they took her as a burden. So after some thought, they agreed to take off the skin. On the other side, while Loki and Gamora were chatting, the discussion between Fury and the Avengers finally came to an end. Nick Fury finally lost the dispute and agreed to stop the research and development project on the Tesseract, and handed the Tesseract back to Thor for safekeeping in Asgard. However, Nick Fury is not the kind of person who suffers losses. Although the Tesseract was handed over, the Avengers must also pay some price as a bargaining chip in exchange. The first is Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, two super geniuses. As representatives of the IQ ceiling in the Marvel Universe, the two need to help Nick Fury solve the technical problems that SHIELD cannot solve on its own in the next 3 years. Secondly, Stark Industries, under Tony's name, needs to help SHIELD complete the construction of 2 space carriers in the future and replace these 3 space carriers, including the one currently in service, with arc reactors as the energy core. Definitely, this alone is not enough for Nick Fury to agree to give up Tesseract. For Nick Fury, the most important thing is to maintain the Earth's ability to deter alien civilization. So after the Tesseract is taken away, Thor needs to ensure that whenever the Earth encounters an unsolvable crisis and he needs help, Thor cannot reject. In fact, even if Fury didn't mention this last one, Thor would definitely do it. Thor's character is originally loyal to his friends, not to mention that he has lived on Earth for more than 10 years, and now he has met his true love, Jane Foster, on Earth. So let alone the Earth encountering an unsolvable crisis, I am afraid that some minor disasters may occur. As long as Thor thinks it threatens the safety of his little girlfriend, SHIELD does not need to speak. Thor will take the initiative to solve the problem. After the Tesseract problem is solved, this time the invasion of alien civilization is basically over. Loki should still stay on Earth in the game world for the next period of time. So before he left, he and all the members of the Vengeful Alliance left contact groups with each other. After all, with the status of these people, they will definitely encounter a lot of trouble in the future. If they need Loki's help then, wouldn't it be fun? After exchanging contact information, Natasha Romanoff and Barton were members of SHIELD before joining the Avengers, so there was no need to leave. Tony and Dr. Banner also temporarily stayed on the space carrier because they had to fulfill their promise to help SHIELD solve their technical problems. The captain of the United States, Steve Rogers, accompanied by his little fan Phil Coulson, left the space carrier in a Quinjet. Steve, who has just woken up from the ice, still has a lot to learn in this new era. As for Thor, this guy is even more outrageous. He was the one who clearly agreed to return the Tesseract to Odin's treasury for safekeeping. But because he was worried that he would not be able to return to Earth to stay with Jane Foster after he returned, he simply threw the Tesseract to Loki and ran away with the hammer. Loki didn't bother to make another trip to Asgard. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about the debt due to infinite gems. It was safer to put them in his king's treasure. Loki just threw them into the king's treasure together with the other 3 infinite gems. It ate ashes. Thor's matter has been deceived, but there is still one thing waiting for Loki to do, which is to send Gamora to Anna and Carol to join them. Loki did not mess around with this matter. It happened that he could also meet his daughter. By the way, he told the other party that the 4 infinite gems in the king's treasure must not be touched rashly, let alone let others know that the 4 infinite gems are there. On her body. Definitely. If you encounter any unavoidable situation, it is not impossible to use infinite gems to rescue you. With Anna's current strength, if she holds the power of an infinite gems, I believe that most powerful people in the universe will not be able to pose a threat to Anna. In order to prevent his sudden appearance from scaring the 2 of them, Loki first notified them through the flying Thor mark left on Anna's side, and then teleported to the place where Anna and Carol were with Gamora. But what neither Loki nor Gamora expected was that their teleport would end in a prison. "Daughter, what did you and Carol do? Why are you still locked up?" Although entering the prison all of a sudden made Loki, who had never been to such a place in his life, a little confused, but with Loki's character, he wouldn't make a fuss. And since he can teleport here by flying Thor, it proves that this place does not have any means of blocking space. In addition, seeing that Anna and Carol were both in normal condition, Loki became curious about how they ended up in prison. Gamora on the side also pricked up her ears, wanting to hear what kind of bizarre experiences these two people would tell. The two women who heard Loki's question first looked at each other, and then made a wry smile. As Loki's daughter, Anna naturally answered this question on behalf of the two of them. "Oh, it wasn't Carol and I who committed the crime, but the bad friend we both knew committed the crime." "Oh, tell me in detail. I like to listen to stories the most." Loki immediately became interested when he heard this. His daughter finally made a new friend, so he had to find out about it quickly. If it's a girl, then help the other party improve their strength, and don't let the other party drag your daughter back. If it's difficult, then you still have to help the other party improve her strength. But this time there is a prerequisite. Desire to practice this skill, you must first retreat from the palace. Loki couldn't bear to let his daughter's good cabbage be spoiled by those pigs, leprous toads, cow dung, and the like. To prevent this from happening, we can definitely only solve the problem from the root. But after listening to Anna's story, Loki was completely relieved. Because of the three new friends Anna and Carol met, one was a plant and the other was an animal. Although the last one is a human being and a man, he is an out-and-out idiot. Not to mention plants and animals, Loki knew his daughter, and Anna didn't have that kind of perverted habit. As for that man, with his IQ, Anna would never be attracted to him, because this man's name is Peter Jason Quill, and he also has a nickname that he considers famous in the universe, Star-Lord. After listening to Anna's story, Loki and Gamora also roughly understood how they met the other three companions. Star-Lord was originally a boy from Earth, but he was kidnapped by a group of predators in the universe when he was a child, and has since become one of them. Star-Lord, who grew up in this kind of environment, naturally couldn't learn anything good. It can even be said that Star-Lord relied on self-taught secrets and deception to grow up among this group of murderous predators. Since he came of age, Star-Lord has been trying every means to find various opportunities to break away from the predator group. His hard work paid off, and after he hid his true thoughts and waited patiently, he finally got such an opportunity. Yondu, the leader of the Marauder group and the captain of the battleship, received a bounty mission from an intermediary with a considerable reward. The mission is for them to secretly go to a planet called Sigler under the jurisdiction of the Nova Empire, find a scientist named Perkar, seize the manufacturing information of a mysterious weapon from him, and bring it with him come back and hand it over to the middleman. Star Sigler is not an ordinary planet. Its surface temperature can reach up to 100 degrees Celsius, and its core is extremely unstable. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions may occur at any time. It is not an easy task to complete this task, so Yondu decided to discuss with the team members first before deciding whether to take on this task. But Yondu was just going through the motions, because he knows very well that compared with the bounty that can be obtained after completing the mission, the risks that may be encountered during the mission will not be taken seriously by the predators at all. Star-Lord, who secretly overheard the contents of the mission, decided to secretly drive away from the Milan spaceship on the battleship and take away the mission target before Yondu's team of predators took action, and then sold it on the black market. Price. In this way, Yondu and others who have failed in their mission will definitely be criticized by their employer, and they will have no energy to cause trouble for themselves. At the same time, with the money exchanged in the black market, Star-Lord can also live happily in the universe. The life you want. But when things develop to this point, if nothing unexpected happens, something will definitely happen. Although Star-Lord went through all kinds of difficulties and dangers, he found Dr. Perkar and stole the weapon information in his hand. But because of this incident, he also provoked two major forces, the Star Troopers of the Kree Empire and the Nova Troopers of the Nova Empire. Anna and Carol, who have always been paying attention to the Kree Empire, also gained insight into the plans of Star Team and the Kree Empire because of the sudden appearance of Star-Lord Chung Yaojin. It turned out that the research data in Perkar's hand contained a terrifying weapon called the Axiom Cannon. The planet hit by the Axiom Cannon will gradually melt and corrupt and eventually completely disintegrate, becoming part of countless cosmic dust. Once the Kree Empire obtains this weapon, the original balance between the major forces in the universe that restrains each other will be instantly broken. At that time, within the territory ruled by these forces, a very tragic and shocking war will definitely break out with the Kree Empire. And with the incredible effect of weapons like the Axiom Cannon, the outcome of the war will definitely be very tragic. In order to obtain the great weapon of Axiom Cannon and realize its ambition to expand the scope of its rule, the Kree Empire dispatched an interstellar team to perform this task. In order to prevent the Kree Empire from obtaining the Axiom Cannon, the Nova Empire also sent out their Nova team to fight against them. But what no one expected was that neither the extremely powerful Star Team nor the prestigious Nova Team completed their respective missions on the Sigler Star. On the contrary, Star-Lord, an unknown person, got there first and stole the data, recording the manufacturing data of the Axiom Cannon. The superhero duo who learned the seriousness of the matter, Anna and Carol, also decided to participate in this incident. In order to ensure the harmony and stability of the universe, the Axiom Cannon, which is regarded as a level universe nuclear weapon, has only two choices before Anna and Carol. Either the Kree Empire and the Nova Empire cannot obtain the manufacturing data of the Axiom Cannon, or both of them can obtain this data at the same time. All in all, the existing balance and order must not be easily broken. So Anna and Carol began to continuously contact the alien races they had helped before, collected a lot of information about Star-Lord from them, and tracked them all the way to Xander. Zero, please give me flowers. This Star-Lord is bold enough, knowing that he is being hunted by the Nova Legion, and Xander is the home base of the Nova Legion, the home planet of the Nova Empire. People who don't know must think that Star-Lord is a brave person with great skills, but those who know Star-Lord know that he probably just didn't think too much and knew about Xander Star, a black market trading point closest to Sigler Star. So I came directly. But in this situation, even if Star-Lord wanted to sell it, the person in charge of the black market would not dare to accept it. They are not as courageous as Star-Lord. The two empires, the Kree Empire and the Nova Empire, are competing for things at the same time and dare to snatch food from each other. Just when Star-Lord walked out of the black market trading point in despair, he didn't notice that someone behind him was already eyeing the thing in his hand. Zero. These two people are Rocket Raccoon and Groot. As bounty hunters, Rocket and Groot are not only well-informed, but also have richer channels and connections than Star-Lord, a predator. What others dare not ask for has become their exclusive source of wealth. After receiving the news, the two of them predicted Star-Lord's movement trajectory in advance, and then lurked outside the black market trading point of Xander. Then everything went as Rocket expected, and Star-Lord appeared on Xander with something. And the person in charge of the black market really did not dare to take the risk of angering the two empires by accepting the things from Star-Lord. Wouldn't Rocket and Groot's opportunity come now? Rocket has already contacted the famous collector Tanya Tyven in advance, and the other party expressed his willingness to pay a high price to add such a dangerous collection to his treasure house. With Tanya Tyven's power and connections in the universe, she does not need to give face to the Kree Empire and Nova Empire, and is fully capable of accepting the hot potato of Axiom Cannon. But just when Rocket and Groot were about to take action, they saw a new bounty on the Bounty Hunter's internal bounty channel. The bounty amount was 40,000 Universe Federation credits, and the target of the bounty was the Star. Sir, Star-Lord was put on a bounty, but the person who issued the bounty was neither the Kree Empire nor the Nova Empire, but the captain of Star-Lord's previous group of predators who worked so hard to feed him. Yongdu. for such a great opportunity to make money. How could Rocket and Groot, who are bounty hunters, give up? Anyway, they both wanted to snatch the precious information from Star-Lord. Wouldn't it be reasonable to kidnap someone along the way? So Rocket and Groot immediately changed their original action plan and temporarily decided to accept the bounty on the dark web. Star-Lord is alone, and he looks stupid and not too smart. Rocket is very confident that he and Groot are fully confident that they can take him down. However, Rocket obviously still underestimated Star-Lord. After all, a child who can grow up in an environment surrounded by predators, even if he is a smart person, must be very smart with some means. As expected, they were not able to capture Star-Lord as easily as Rocket had hoped. Instead, they fought fiercely with each other, and the excessive noise attracted the patrolling guards on Xandar. Because the three of them violated the public security regulations on Xandar, the three of them were imprisoned together. Anna and Carol, who came a step late, were also very worried after learning the news. The information about the Axiom Cannon was on Star-Lord, and Star-Lord is now imprisoned in prison, and his belongings will definitely be taken by the prison guards. Walk. Once the people of the Nova Legion learn this news, it means that the data of the Axiom Cannon will fall directly into the hands of the Nova Empire. Anna and Carol naturally cannot allow such a result to occur, so there is only one choice before them now, which is to sneak into the prison, find the Axiom Cannon, information among Star-Lord's confiscated personal belongings, and then it was destroyed without anyone noticing. The two people's infiltration operation was perfect. Anna was responsible for opening the portal and taking the two people to the prison, while Carol was responsible for quickly eliminating the guards and monitoring. As long as no one sees their faces, then this infiltration is a perfect infiltration. There is no problem with Anna and Carol's logic at all. But the problem is that although their infiltration was done perfectly, the escape operations of the three guys, Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot, were even more perfect and faster. When the two of them were searching for targets in the prison, they discovered in the surveillance room video that Star-Lord had teamed up with Rocket and Groot to successfully escape from prison. It turned out that the three people successfully reached a united front after some communication in the prison. Star-Lord has been to this prison many times. It can be said that he has rich experience and is very familiar with the structure of this prison. Rocket Original has strong technical strength and can provide technical support for three people to jailbreak. Groot is responsible for combat power and ensures that when an accident occurs, he will take action to solve the problem as soon as possible. As a result, the three hit it off and cooperated with each other. They managed to escape from the prison with their belongings without alerting any guards. The result was that Anna and Carol missed the mark again. There is no other way but to collect information about the three Star-Lords through their connections again. While Anna and Carol were still waiting for the latest news, Star-Lord had sneaked into his beloved Mybin spaceship with Rocket and Groot. According to the cooperation content reached by the three in prison, Rocket and Groot helped Star-Lord escape from prison and gave up the bounty mission against him on the dark web. Star-Lord, on the other hand, wanted to share the proceeds from the sale of the precious information in his hands with Rocket and Groot. Now the three of them are preparing to set off together and drive the Milan to the void where the Collector is. The Land of Nothingness is a famous know-nothing zone in the universe and is also the largest black market trading place. Its original existence is said to be the severed head of an ancient god. The reason why Collector is so rich and can buy all kinds of treasures he likes in the universe is that his main source of funds is the sale of various resources mined from the void. And although the Collector is powerful, all transactions have always followed the fair principle of your own will, and the price given is often higher than the actual value of the item. Such a good reputation is the reason why the Rockets initially chose to trade with him. The speed of the Milan spaceship is not very fast. After all, Star-Lord originally had little money to spend on modifying the spacecraft. So even though the flight route chosen by the rocket has shortened the voyage through multiple space jump points, when they landed in the void, Anna and Carol, who set off one step behind them, still arrived here before them. There is no way. Kamartaj's secret portal is so abnormal. In fact, Even if Star-Lord's spaceship uses the most advanced power system, they will never be faster than Anna and Carol. This time, the two finally got in front of Star-Lord and the others, and successfully stopped Star-Lord and the others when one of the three landed. Under the vigilant gazes of Star-Lord and the other three, Anna patiently told them about the data recorded in the document in Star-Lord's hand, and how much harm it would bring to the universe if it fell into the hands of someone with intentions, and she wanted to persuade them to transfer the data, leave it to yourself and Carol. That's the way it is. I think you don't want your home planet to be attacked by Axiom Cannon one day and turn into dust in the universe, right? A look of hesitation appeared on Star-Lord's face, and it was obvious that he was persuaded by Anna. Although Star-Lord is a very smart person, he is not originally a good person in the worldly sense, but his mother has always kept his education in mind. And Anna's last words really spoke to his heart. Although he had not lived on Earth for a long time, the happiest memory in his life was buried there. If someone wants to destroy the Earth, Star-Lord will not allow it under any circumstances. But before Star-Lord could speak, Rocket Raccoon said first, "If this thing really happens, then I'm quite looking forward to it. You guys have been talking nonsense for so long. To put it bluntly, you just want 5.8 of what we have, right? Then use the money to buy it. I tell you, don't think that you can use those righteous excuses to attack us. Moral kidnapping. As long as we have no morals, you will never try to kidnap us morally. And who knows whether what you say is true or not. Maybe you are the real terrorist compared to the Kree Empire and the Nova Empire. What's more, if I can't live my own life, who cares what will happen to your universe in the future? If I don't survive that time, even if the universe is destroyed, it doesn't matter to me. So, don't waste our time with those nonsense. If you really want that information, just come up with real money to impress us. As long as you give enough, we can fulfill your request. Righteousness. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss anything else." When Rocket said this, Anna and Carol were fine. After all, they have been wandering in the universe for a long time, and among the people they have met, there are many people who think like Rocket. On the contrary, Star-Lord and Groot beside Rocket all cast a look of contempt at it. Hey, don't be ungrateful, you two. I'm negotiating the price with you too. Am I right? Well, we took such a big risk to get. Why should we hand it over for free? We are not superheroes. Groot and I are bounty hunters, and you, Quill, are a predator. What's wrong with wanting to fight for our interests? You are amazing. You are noble. You could despise me now. Okay, that's great. You are amazing. You asked me to bring you here. Have you ever thought about asking me to bring money back? I'm telling you, I don't want to go back to that bullshit home planet at all. Do you know what kind of bullying I suffered there? Do you know what kind of bullying I suffered? 07. Just because I have no power or power. I'm defective. I'm a F*** G waste. What a broken place. A broken place. A broken place. I just want to catch up to the top step by step, and become a rich man. Seeing Rocket like this, Star-Lord and Groot were both at a loss and a little ashamed at the same time. However, Anna came to Rocket, gently stroked the fur on its head, and gently comforted, "Don't be so excited. We didn't say we wouldn't give you money. Be good, be good. If you have any grievances, just tell me and Carol. When the current matter is resolved, Carol and I will help you come forward." Unexpectedly, as soon as Anna finished speaking, Rocket, who was so excited just now, immediately put on a Philistine smile, rubbed his hands, and asked Anna, "How much can you pay?" "Let me tell you, if it's less than what the collector gives us, we won't sell it." Seeing this, both Anna and Carol, as well as Star-Lord and Groot, were all black lines at the moment, and they had a new understanding of Rocket's shamelessness. Your acting skills as a bounty hunter are too much for you. If you had become an actor, you would have made a lot of money and reached the peak of your life. Carol, who had never spoken much, couldn't help it at this time, complained. As a result, the Rockets waved their hands and responded, "Oh, you think I haven't thought about it, but in today's entertainment industry, strength and acting skills are not talked about at all, only appearance in traffic. Even if I have acting skills, if I want to make money, I have to find a director or producer with special quirks and have in-depth exchanges with them about the hidden rules. Although I am very shameless, but I am not shameless enough to earn such money." After Rocket said this, he immediately received warm applause from the other 4 people. The image of the rocket that had just collapsed in the minds of the 4 people suddenly rose up and became taller again. Okay, Rocket, please tell me how much the collector paid for the information you have. If the price is within my affordability, I will give you a satisfactory price. Anna said to Rocket, although the Rockets look greedy for money at the moment. In fact, they are in a very complicated mood. Anna's gentle caressing of its fur just now was too lethal for a raccoon. What's more, Anna is the first human being that it has met since leaving that place who is so gentle to it. Rocket could see from Anna's eyes that it was not a kind of charity given to pets by humans from above, but a respect based on equality for both intelligent beings. This feeling made the Rockets, who were used to being looked down upon and despised by others, very uncomfortable and even a little uncomfortable. Therefore, in order to avoid being seen as weak, the Rockets could only immediately put on the money-grubbing Philistine mask that they had always used to show others. But when Anna said that she really wanted to pay for the information they had, Rocket's forced mask couldn't be stretched anymore. Because its original purpose was just to make Anna and the 2 retreat from the difficulties, but they did not expect that the other party would face the difficulties instead. With no other choice, Rocket could only bite the bullet and say, 2 billion Universe Federation credits. As soon as Rocket finished speaking, before Anna could react, Star-Lord jumped up. 2 billion credits? Didn't you tell me 200 million credits before? You planned to cheat me from the beginning. What about me, right? The Rockets instantly slapped themselves on the forehead, talking about how desperate it was to have a pig teammate beside them when they lied. Destroy it. Hurry up, I'm tired. Star-Lord was reluctant. What? Why are you still tired? Explain to me quickly. How much did the collector bid? Are you trying to trick me? Star-Lord grabbed Rocket by the collar, kept shaking it, and yelled at it. Seeing this kind of sobriety, how could Groot let others bully his friends? A vine stretched out from his hand, wrapped around Star-Lord's right foot, and then directly hung him upside down. Put me down. Put me down. You 2 liars actually teamed up to deceive me. You have no martial ethics. Star-Lord yelled while struggling. But at this moment, Anna's words caused everyone, including Star-Lord, to fall silent instantly. It's only 2 billion credit points, which is not a lot. I will give you another 100 million credit points, 560 if you have no problem. How about we pay and deliver the goods now? After Anna said this, even Carol looked at her in surprise. Although Carol has long known that Anna is a rich second generation. After all, as the princess of the 2 kingdoms of Asgard and Heimdall, Anna cannot be short of money. But even so, Carol never expected that Anna would be so rich. This is 2 billion, not 20 yuan. And Anna also added a small goal for the 3 of them. In Anna's eyes, this is just a small amount of money. But what Carol didn't know was that although Anna had not been short of money since she was a child, she was not so rich that she could easily take out 2 billion Universe Federation credits. After all, no matter how rich Asgard and Heimdall are, most of their assets are owned by the treasury, or they're fixed assets and cannot be used at will. The reason why Anna was able to act so heroic in front of several people was mainly due to the king's treasure given to her by Loki. With only 2 billion Universe Federation credits, Anna just needs to sell a few useless treasures. It doesn't feel bad to buy Yi Tian anyway. After hearing Anna's offer, Star-Lord seemed to be crazy and kept mumbling these words. Even Groot, a tree man who has always been stoic, muttered the words in a daze. Groot, Groot, Groot. Seeing the 2 people's behavior, only the lion opened his mouth wide. Rocket Raccoon, who just wanted to scare Anna and the 2 away from the beginning, still remained sober. I saw it jump up and hit Star-Lord and Groot on the foreheads with their bows on the left and right. After being hit hard by the rocket, the 2 of them covered their heads in pain and screamed. At the same time, they also woke up from the temptation of money. You 2 guys, you look so upright just now, but now when you hear the quotation of 2.1 billion credit points, your mouth is almost watering. You really don't live up to expectations. Rocket yelled at the 2 of them. After hearing Rocket's lesson, Groot was okay. After all, how much more can you ask for from a plant? Star-Lord's face was rather embarrassed. He just had no brains, but it was not that he had no sense of shame. He would inevitably blush when Rocket said this. I, I was just frightened by so much money for a moment, and I didn't really intend to accept the money from the two heroines. Besides, this price is not you drove it. Why do you still rely on me to fail to live up to your expectations? In order to save his face, Star-Lord naturally had to talk a lot and get drunk. But facing his cover-up excuse, Rocket just snorted and said, "Huh, then I can at least be a real villain. Not like you who are a hypocrite. How can you denounce someone's innocence out of thin air? Why don't you ask about my reputation in the universe, Peter Quill? As long as you know me, who doesn't? You know that Xingjue, is known as Xiao Mengchong, a man who is anxious for public good and loves justice. And I am the most trustworthy person. Since you have slandered my reputation so much, why don't you give up these 2 billion credits? In order to protect the peace of the universe, I will give this information to the 2 heroines for free." After Star-Lord finished speaking, he took off a necklace from his neck. It turned out that all the information about the Axiom Canon data recorded by Perkar was stored in the medium of this necklace. Anna took the necklace and glanced at Carol. It could be seen from the other person's eyes that neither of them expected that things would develop so smoothly. However, Anna and Carol also saw that although the 3 guys in front of them had a lot of small problems and shortcomings, they were not bad in essence. Summarize the 3 characters' personalities. The reason why Star-Lord was so happy to hand over to them the weapon information that could sell 2 billion Universe Federation credits just now was not only because of Star-Lord's original understanding of justice, but also because of Rocket's desire to find a way forward for himself, and resorted to aggressive tactics. Although Rocket has been pretending to be mean in front of them, Anna and Carol, as girls, can see the softness of his heart from his expression and every move. Anna's gentleness made her recognize Anna in her heart, but her arrogant personality made her unwilling to directly deny her previous behavior. So Rocket simply took advantage of Star-Lord's stupidity, stimulated him through words, and then guided Star-Lord to take the initiative to hand over the information to Anna. If Rocket really wanted money, with its reaction speed, how could it possibly watch Star-Lord hand over things for free? But Tsundere is Tsundere. Although he had already acquiesced in Star-Lord's behavior of giving things to Anna and Anna for free, Rocket still said stubbornly, "I don't care what you do with this thing, but the money that should be given to me and Groot must not be less. Before you settle our money, Groot and I will follow you step by step." After hearing Rocket's words, Anna and Carol, 2 professionals, finally couldn't bear it any longer and laughed pissed. Both girls could see that Rocket was moved by Star-Lord behavior just now and recognized Star-Lord as a companion. These 3 guys with different personalities, ages, and races are quite interesting. How about an idea suddenly came to Anna's mind? She came to Carol and whispered in his ear, "Carol, I think they have interesting personalities and nice people. You said that we should join the team of the 3 of them and go on the next adventure together. How about it?" Carol thought for a moment after hearing this, and then said to Anna, "I don't object, but you have to ask the 3 of them for their opinions to see if they agree." Anna nodded, came to Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot, and said, "Although you have handed over the information about the Axiom Canon to me now, the Nova Empire is better off. After all, the Nova Legion is in the universe. The reputation has always been good. But there's no guarantee that people from the Kree Empire won't cause trouble for you, especially Yanrog of the Star Troopers and Ronan of the Accuser Corps. Neither of them are good people. If they take revenge, they will definitely give you quite a bit of trouble. Your actions this time are obviously righteous. If you are treated unfairly because of this, Carol and I will definitely have uneasy consciences. So Carol and I, together, why don't you act with us for the time being? With the strength of the 2 of us, even if Yangrog and Ronan want to cause trouble for you, they have to carefully consider the consequences. And I see that you are not desperados driven by greed, but people of insight with justice in mind. If we form a Guardians of Galaxy together, we will definitely become famous in the universe soon. What do you think?" Anna's words of deception are quite good. She is worthy of being the little princess of Asgard and Jotunheim. With Anna's eloquence, if she hadn't become a superhero in the universe and stayed on Earth to develop, Anna might have become the first female president of the United States by now. Rocket originally had a crush on Anna, so naturally he would not refuse Anna's proposal. Groot has always followed Rocket's instructions, and he will definitely make the same choice as Rocket. As for Star-Lord, Carol is his fellow Earthling, and Anna is also half a fellow, plus the pie that Anna drew for him to become famous in the universe. Star-Lord agreed without even thinking. Therefore, driven by the bad fate of the Axiom Canon, the 1.0 version of the Guardians of Galaxy, composed of Anna, Carol, Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot, was successfully formed. After the Guardians of Galaxy version 1.0 was successfully formed, just as Anna said, their reputation quickly spread throughout the universe. All this was mainly because after obtaining the information on the Axiom Canon, Anna and Carol personally went out to meet with the leaders of the Kree Empire and the Nova Empire under the name of Guardians of Galaxy. And with their mediation, the issue of the ownership of the Axiom Canon was successfully resolved. After all, things like Axiom Canon, even if they think they don't have any ambitions or bad intentions. But with it in their hands like this, no country would be able to trust them. Moreover, even if Anna destroyed something like data, how could others believe that she did not write down the contents or keep a backup? Trust between people is very fragile. If you want to rely solely on trust to solve a problem, it will often lead to bigger problems and even worse consequences in the end. So in order to solve this problem once and for all, Anna's choice was to hand over the information of the Axiom Canon to the hands of the two empires, the Nova Empire and the Kree Empire. As a result, the two empires each possess nuclear weapons capable of destroying each other, and a containment relationship will naturally arise. And this political tacit understanding formed by the threat of force is actually an exchange of interests. For a human perspective, although it is a bit sad, compared to trust between people, relationships established based on common interests are more reliable. After the Axiom Canon incident, Anna and Carol embarked on their journey again, but this time they had 3 new companions by their side. Although Star-Lord is not very effective in combat and has no brains, his emotional intelligence can be said to be the highest among the Guardians of Galaxy. Coupled with the fact that he is a socially awkward person, the presence of Star-Lord made the atmosphere in this newly formed team very lively. As for Rocket Raccoon, even though he looks like a beast, he plays a much more important role in the team than Star-Lord. Rocket not only possesses intelligence that is not inferior to human geniuses, but is also agile, proficient in various weapons, and is a sharpshooter. Not only that, Rocket is also proficient in spaceship driving, firearms modification, and mechanical maintenance. It can be said that he is a panacea in this team. At HDEJ, as for Anna and Carol, there is no need to say more. They are responsible for the combat power of the team, and both of them are capable of taking on an entire interstellar fleet on their own. Moreover, Anna is also proficient in all kinds of space magic. With her, even if she encounters a problem that the team cannot solve, Anna will definitely be able to take everyone away as soon as possible. Groot, the last member of the team, among all the people, only Rocket, who has been with him the longest, can understand the true meaning of every word Groot he says. However, it is Anna and Carol's favorite existence. After all, when traveling, what else can improve the quality of wilderness more than a wood escape user? Even in the spaceship, with the presence of Groot, a major oxygen producer, the air in the confined space will smell much fresher. As the 5 people continued to communicate during the voyage, the tacit understanding and friendship among the team members also constantly deepened. And thanks to the existence of Anna and Carol, the 2 superpowers, the reputation of the Guardians of Galaxy spread quickly in the universe. Gradually, people began to come to the door and ask the Guardians of Galaxy to help them solve some problems for a fee. Trouble. For example, what sent Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot to prison this time was because the Sovereign Priestess personally contacted them, hoping that the Guardians of Galaxy could help solve the aliens that always stole their clan's energy. Dimensional creatures. Although Anna is not short of money, Star-Lord and Rocket are short of money. Therefore, Guardians of Galaxy will definitely not refuse such a task that can help others and earn rewards at the same time. But during the execution of this mission, an accident occurred. Everything originally went smoothly. The 5 members of the team arrived at the Sovereign Planet and were received by the Sovereign Priestess. After a conversation, the 2 parties confirmed the content of the task and also negotiated the reward for the task. After completing these preliminary tasks, it was naturally his turn to eliminate the monster that had smuggled in from another dimension to steal the Sovereign Clan's energy. There is definitely no difficulty in this matter. With Anna and Carol on hand, it is not easy to deal with a mere alien dimensional monster. However, in order to exercise the actual combat abilities of Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot, and at the same time polish the mutual cooperation between them, Anna and Carol did not take action at first, but stood aside and let the other 3 fight. Only when any one of the 3 falls into a life-threatening danger will the 2 of them come to help in a timely manner. After some actual combat drills, the actual combat abilities of the 3 people have indeed been greatly improved, and the tacit understanding between them is much better than at the beginning. Although it cannot be called perfect, it has reached a qualified level. Next, it is not something that can be improved simply through 1 or 2 actual battles. It requires a long period of getting along to cultivate a tacit understanding between partners. Knowing this, Anna and Carol didn't waste any more time and directly used their killing move to end the life of the alien monster with 1 blow, and at the same time ended their mission on Sovereign. But neither Anna and Carol nor Star-Lord and Groot, the 4 of them, noticed that when they left this energy pool, they looked at the rocket without any guards around, and they felt itchy and walked away. Several Sovereign steel peptide batteries in the energy pool. You know, the steel peptide battery is to the Sovereign family, just like the arc reactor is to Tony Stark. It is a taboo that others cannot touch. Rocket Raccoon's behavior undoubtedly stirred up a hornet's nest. As a result, as soon as the 5 of them took off from the Sovereign Planet in the Milan spaceship, the priestess of the Sovereign Clan dispatched all the spacecraft pilots of the clan and launched a wanted hunt for the Guardians of Galaxy. At the same time, the wanted list of the Guardians of Galaxy by the Sovereign Priestess immediately appeared in the databases of major empires. This means that from now on, any country or civilization that has signed a cosmic covenant and implemented the universal law of the universe will arrest all members of the Guardians of Galaxy. Not long after Guardians of Galaxy was established, it immediately encountered a big... Loki looked at his daughter with a speechless expression and said, "So, the 3 of them stole the steel peptide battery from the Sovereign Planet, and when they passed by the Xander planet, they were killed by the Nova Corps. Was someone caught? And because they had a history of escaping from prison before, the Nova Corps people specially imprisoned them in the notorious Krillin prison in the universe this time." Being stared at so directly by her father, Anna felt a little embarrassed to see others, so she could only raise her hands to cover her face and responded awkwardly. "That's it. Klin Prison, the highest security prison in the Nova Empire. The prison was originally a space station floating in the universe. The Nova Corps would escort the criminals they captured to the prison through the spaceship. Since the outside of Klin Prison is the vast universe, even if the prisoners detained in it can break through the prison guards and robot soldiers, they will not be able to safely escape from the prison without a spaceship. The 3 of them, Star-Lord, Rocket, and Groot, were imprisoned in Klin Prison, a heavily guarded and closed environment. Fortunately, Anna and Carol were strong enough and reacted quickly enough to successfully escape when the Nova Corps rounded them up. Otherwise, Star-Lord and the 3 of them might have been locked in there forever. But even so, the reputations Anna and Carol had finally established in the universe were completely lost because of this theft incident. Even if they succeed in rescuing the 3 Star-Lords, they will still be unable to move forward in the universe in the future because the Priestess of Sovereign's wanted order for the Guardians of Galaxy has not expired. This is not your solution. If you can't solve Sovereign's wanted list for all of you, sooner or later they will be arrested and thrown into prison. Are you and Carlo going to help them escape from prison like this every time? Loki's words directly pointed out the key to the matter. Anna and Carol's choice was completely to treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. What happened to the steel peptide batteries that were stolen by your friends? Were they sold, or were they confiscated by the Nova Empire and returned to the Sovereign clan? Loki asked. Those steel peptide batteries should have been taken away before Rocket and the others were imprisoned. But I don't know if the Nova Legion has returned the things to the Sovereign clan. Anna answered truthfully. Loki nodded. In that case, then I can find a way to help you solve this problem. I will first confirm whether the Nova Corps has returned their belongings. If the steel peptide battery has been returned to the Sovereign clan, then I will, as the King of Jotunheim, negotiate with the priestess of the Sovereign clan and ask her to lift the wanted order for you. As for the prison robbery, you should stop doing it now. Just find a place to rest and wait for my news. By the way, I forgot to tell you, this is my friend Gamora. I originally wanted to send her over to join you too, but I didn't expect that you would cause so much trouble after not seeing her for a while. You guys will have a good chat later and get to know each other. You're all girls, and you should get to know each other quickly. I will go and help you solve this trouble now. Apart from anything else, Loki, the King of Jotunheim, is indeed very useful, and Anna is not only the Princess of Jotunheim, but also the Princess of Asgard. If the Sovereign family insists on this matter, then let Odin were to put the face of the Lord of the Nine Realms. Anyway, the steel peptide battery stolen by Rocket has been recovered, the extra-dimensional monster has been eliminated by the Guardians of Galaxy, and the Sovereign clan has suffered no loss. After weighing the pros and cons, the priestess is still willing to give Lu Chi some face. After solving the problem of the Silver Guard team, when Loki returned to Anna and Carol, Gamora had become a good sister to the two of them. Sure enough, the friendship between girls is established so quickly that people are caught off guard. As for whether their relationship is that of plastic sisters, Loki doesn't know. But when Star-Lord and the others were released by the Nova Corps, there were not only 3 people who came out, but also a strong man with no shirt on his head and no hair on his head. The strong man's name is Drax, and he is the prison cellmate of Star-Lord and the 3 of them. Several people knew each other without fighting in Kellen prison, and soon became friends. Zero, please give me flowers. And after Drax heard that Anna and Carol single-handedly entered and exited the Accuser Legion's fleet, killing them all, Drax, who already had a blood feud with the Accuser Ronin, immediately paid homage to the 2 of them, admiring them with admiration. Then he proposed to Star-Lord and the others the idea of joining the Guardians of Galaxy. After Star-Lord and the others heard that Drax's wife and daughter were killed by Ronin, they also sympathized with his experience, so they decisively agreed to Drax's application to join the team and prepared to take Drax with them. The 4 of them worked together to find a way to escape from Kling prison. It's just that things changed too quickly. Before they could implement their plan, or even before they even formulated the plan, the Nova Corps took them out of prison. Star-Lord and the others will definitely not forget Drax. After a lot of stalking by the 3 Star-Lords, Drax was finally released in the name of a member of the Guardians of Galaxy. Part of the reason for this is definitely due to Star-Lord's cleverness, but the main reason is that there has been no confrontation between the Nova Empire and the Kree Empire, or the Nova Legion and the Accuser Legion. The crimes Drax committed, such as killing 22 people and being charged with 5 counts of serious bodily injury, etc., were all committed by the Accuser Legion against the Kree Empire. In addition, the Nova Corps also knew about Ronin's murder of Drax's family, so they turned a blind eye and did not embarrass Drax on this matter, letting him and Star-Lord and the others leaving Kling prison together. After Gamora and Drax, the members of Guardians of Galaxy have arrived at version 2.0 of 7. However, in order to avoid the Rocket's bad habits that are hard to change from happening again in the future, Anna and Carol felt that it was necessary for them to conduct a rigorous training for this team. A special training for members of the Guardians of Galaxy, driven by Anna and Carol, started vigorously. But all this has nothing to do with Loki. After helping Anna and others resolve the conflict with Sovereign, he returned to Earth. After getting the Ghost Rider's contract from Mephisto, Loki has not had time to properly resolve the matter. Now that the invasion of the Accuser Legion and the Chitauri army has been resolved, and Gamera's whereabouts have been properly settled, Loki finally has time to deal with the contract. When he found Johnny Blaze, he was still touring motorcycle stunt shows around the country, as always. It's just that compared to before, Johnny's popularity has dropped a lot due to the reduction in the difficulty and risk factor of the actions. And all these changes, 4, 2, 3, are all due to the appearance of Loki, who solved the duplication of the Witch Heart Demon and Mephisto. Coupled with the reunion between Johnny and his ex-girlfriend Roxanne, and with the emotional ties, Johnny will naturally no longer be able to risk his life as unscrupulously as before. Perhaps because of this, when Loki took out the contract he had signed due to his youth and ignorance and proposed to terminate it, Johnny immediately agreed without any hesitation. In this way, Loki has a blank Ghost Rider contract in his hand. He can use this contract to give the power of Ghost Rider to a person of his choice at will. As for the candidate for the new Ghost Rider, Loki already has his own answer in his mind. However, the reason why Loki chose him was not because of how suitable the other person was, but because Loki thought it would be more interesting. With the end of the war to defend the Earth, each superhero in the Avengers has also become a super idol in the eyes of the general public. Countless peripheral products based on their images became popular all over the world. Regardless of whether it is genuine or pirated, as long as it is on the market, there is no need to worry about sales. However, after the war ended, the United States, as the most severely affected country in this incident, did not usher in a new peace. A cult leader who calls himself Mandarin always invades TV station signal satellites from time to time to spread his evil thoughts, while releasing various provocative pictures of the United States government. Not only that, there have always been unexplained explosions on the streets of major cities recently. Although government departments have taken the initiative to suppress these incidents, the power of the explosions and the word-of-mouth reports from eyewitnesses in private still cause panic among many people. But just today, the news that has been suppressed by the government for a long time can no longer be suppressed, because in the latest strange explosion, there's a victim named Happy Hogan. And this Happy Hogan is Iron Man Tony Stark's driver and bodyguard, and he is also one of Tony's best friends. Anything that has anything to do with Tony Stark, the most popular Avenger, is definitely big news that can shock the world. At this time, the news control of government departments going abroad becomes very weak. After all, what is a famous saying? Once there are appropriate profits, capital will become bolder. If there is a 10% profit, it is guaranteed to be used everywhere. With 20% profit, it becomes active. With 50% profit, it takes desperate risks. For the sake of 100% profit, it dares to trample all human laws. With a profit of 300%, it dares to commit any crime, even risking hanging. If unrest and strife bring profit, it will encourage unrest and strife. A headline that can shock the world, and the protagonist of this news is the famous genius, playboy, super rich, superhero, Avenger, Iron Man, Tony Stark. With the blessing of so many names, the profit this news and subsequent reports can bring to the media is definitely more than 100%. In the face of such interests, let alone the control of government departments, even putting a gun to the heads of these media cannot stop their madness. As a result, news that had been suppressed before began to be reported by various media. At the same time, countless media reporters flocked to the hospital where Happy was treated. Definitely, they weren't there to see Happy, the seriously injured victim. It's not for the purpose of interviewing Happy. After all, he was unconscious on the spot after being hit by the explosion and has not woken up until now. The goal of the media reporters is very clear. That is Tony Stark, who came to visit Happy in the hospital. Tony, who has always been the darling of the media, did not disappoint the reporters. In front of countless cameras, he directly challenged Mandarin, the instigator of all the explosions, and announced his location on the coast of Malibu. Villa address. All that Tony said, as the live broadcast footage of the media and the spread of the internet, soon became the most heated discussion topic in the public opinion at the moment. It was at this time that Loki, who had not been heard from since the previous battle, appeared in front of Tony again. Moreover, in Loki's hand, he also held a contract scroll made of parchment that looked very dated. "Why are you here? I have something to do now, and my time is very tight. If you come to me for anything, I'm afraid you have to wait until I solve the problem at hand." Tony, who already knew that Loki had the ability to control space, did not show any panic when Loki suddenly appeared in his home. Coupled with the accident of his good friend Happy, Tony's attitude towards Loki is very cold at the moment. But just as Tony was about to turn around and leave, entering his laboratory in the underground garage, Loki said something that stopped him in his tracks. 0.6. "Oh, even if I said I could make your friend Happy Hogan recover from his injury immediately, wouldn't you have time?" Hearing Loki say that he could heal Happy's injuries, the gloomy expression on Tony's face immediately turned into one of surprise and joy. "Are you telling the truth?" Tony turned around and looked into Loki's eyes. "That's absolutely true," Loki replied affirmatively. So, Tony was about to speak, but was interrupted by Loki. "Don't worry, you know that I could do space magic. As long as I want, I can appear in the hospital ward right now to provide treatment for your friends. But all of this comes at a price for you." Tony's eldest nephew. "The price? What price?" "As long as you can revive Happy, no matter what the price, Tony Stark, will bear it." The reason why Tony dared to say this was also based on the fact that Loki and his father Howard were good friends. Judging from the previous incident of palladium poisoning due to the imperfection of the arc reactor, Loki's attitude towards him is still biased towards the care of the elders for the younger ones, although the seniority of the two cannot be seen at all from their appearance. It was precisely because he was sure that even if Loki had any plans, it would most likely not be harmful to him. So Tony felt confident and bold enough to say that he was willing to bear any price. Naturally, Tony's small thoughts cannot be hidden from the eyes of Loki, the god of tricks. But things were exactly as Tony thought. Loki's plans had no intention of harming Tony. He just thought it was interesting, so he did it. Seeing Tony looking righteous and awe-inspiring, pretending to be ready to sacrifice generously at any time, Loki just smiled and did not reveal Tony's thoughts. 07, he raised the parchment contract in his hand, put it in front of Tony's eyes, and said, "It's not something that will embarrass you. Rather than saying it is a price, it is better to say it is an ability, and it is also an ability. Responsibility. Have you seen the contract in my hand? As long as you sign it, I promise to help you completely heal Happy Hogan's injuries. How about it? Do you dare to sign it?" Looking at the parchment scroll of unknown origin that Loki sent to him, Tony had a suspicious look on his face. "Although I still don't know what was signed in the contract," Loki mentioned, "but it can be seen from a shape that the scroll is very old." And for Tony, who is used to at least 3 formal contracts, this kind of thing that can only be witnessed and signed by both parties, if he wants, he can use Stark Industries' legal team to turn it into a piece of waste paper. So Tony felt even more weird. Why did Loki need to sign this contract as a condition for curing Happy? Tony couldn't understand it at all, but he didn't have time to think about it anymore. Happy is now lying in the hospital ward, suffering unimaginable pain. Once Happy's willpower fails and fails to survive this difficulty, Tony will forever lose a good employee, a good subordinate, and a good friend. He took the parchment scroll from Loki and pulled it open to see what terms were written inside. But as soon as Tony unfolded the entire scroll, he felt a pain in his right thumb holding the axis of the scroll. When he looked down, he discovered that his right thumb had a cut for no apparent reason. The trace of blood that spilled from the right thumb had already stained the parchment of the scroll at the moment. However, when Tony put his thumb in his mouth, sucked it, and looked at the scroll again, the blood stains on the parchment had disappeared without a trace. Not only that, Tony couldn't understand a word of what was written on the entire piece of paper. And when he concentrated on analyzing the meaning of the words through the glyphs, his head suddenly felt dizzy. When he finally recovered and was about to take a closer look at the contents of the contract, Lu Ji took the contract back from his hand. "Hey, I haven't finished reading yet. Why did you take it away?" Tony said, dissatisfied. Loki shrugged, not caring about Tony's emotions. "You can't understand it anyway, So why are you looking at it for so long? Let me tell you, looking at this thing too much will not only hurt your eyes, but it may also hurt your mind. After speaking, Loki ignored Tony rolling his eyes at him, re-rolled the scroll, and put it away. I haven't signed this contract yet. Why did you put it away? Are you going to regret it? Tony yelled when he saw this, fearing that Loki would break his promise and not treat Happy. But Loki just showed an inscrutable smile. Relaxedly, Tony said, "The contract has been signed." How is it possible? How come I don't know when it was signed? Tony asked, confused. The signing of the contract does not require subjective consent. As long as your blood is stained on the scroll, the contract between us has been established. Loki explained. No. Are you so cheating on the contract? Well, I won't care about this kind of thing for now, but now that I have signed the contract, you should let me know what the content of the contract is, right? Otherwise, how do you want me to fulfill the conditions of the contract? One more thing. Since you said that the contract has been signed, we should be able to start healing Happy's injuries, right? Loki nodded. I will certainly keep my promise regarding Happy. Now, I will go to him to help him regain his health. As for the content of the contract, don't worry. I have deleted all the mandatory clauses above, and there is nothing specific that you need to complete. As I told you before, this contract is an ability, but it is also a responsibility. As for what the gift I gave you is, I believe that with your wisdom, you will be able to discover it soon. It's a mystery. After speaking, Loki didn't care whether Tony understood what he said, opened a portal, left Tony's villa directly, and came to Happy's hospital room. Loki came here, naturally, to fulfill the promise he had made to Tony. Although the signing of the contract was automatically completed without the consent of Tony's supervisor, Loki would not renege on it. Moreover, Happy's injuries may be very difficult for medical technology on Earth, but it is not difficult for Loki to heal him. In fact, although Loki is a magician and has learned many magics, he is not proficient in healing magic. But since Loki promised Tony to help him cure Happy, he naturally had his own method, and this method was very simple and effortless. After all, for Loki, who possesses the Death Eye, healing injuries may not be something he is good at, but killing. When Tony wore his steel battle suit and rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible, Happy had already woken up from the deep coma he had been in not long ago and became conscious. The originally very serious injuries on his body seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if he had woken up from a nightmare. Happy, how are you feeling? Has her body really recovered? Tony ignored the doctor who was still examining Happy and rushed to Happy's bedside, holding his shoulders and asking. Everything has recovered. The doctor just said it was incredible when he examined me. The injuries on my body were completely healed in the blink of an eye. Tony, have you created another incredible technological invention? For Happy, who was used to Tony being able to create miracles after knowing that his injuries healed in an instant, he naturally attributed the credit for this matter to Tony. However, Tony shook his head and denied. This is not what I did. As you know, my areas of expertise are mechanics and physics, and medicine is not among my areas of expertise. 1 inch. This is me, a friend of mine who took the initiative to contact me after seeing your news to help resolve your injuries. Okay, now that you have recovered from your serious illness, don't think too much. Take a good rest first and cooperate with the doctor to complete the physical examination. I also want to go back to investigate what happened to the frequent explosions during this period. Don't worry, Happy. I will definitely find out the mastermind behind this matter and avenge you. After Tony finished speaking, he was about to leave the ward. But at this time, Happy on the hospital bed suddenly stopped him. Wait, Tony, is there anything else? Tony stopped and turned around to ask. I saw it when it exploded. It was not the bomb that caused the explosion, but a person. He shouted a person's name before the explosion, and that person was called Savan. Tony nodded. I got it, Happy. Your information is valuable. Have a good rest and wait for my good news. After walking out of the ward, Tony went to the hospital parking lot, put on the Mark 7 steel battle suit again, and returned to the villa in Malibu. Arriving at the underground parking lot of the villa, Tony had just changed into the Mark 7 battle suit when the voice of JRVES rang out in the room. Sir, I have compiled the relevant information about Mandarin. Sources are SHIELD, FBI, and CIA databases. Now, I will perform a three-dimensional restoration of the explosion scene for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a scaled-down model of the explosion scene constructed from holographic projection was projected in front of Tony. At the same time, Tony was quickly browsing the information JRVS had compiled for him. Okay, let me see who this Mandarin is. His name means an ancient chief advisor. He is familiar with rebellion tactics, but he speaks like a missionary. Why is it so dramatic? This is really strange. After reading this information that was almost 100% sure to be true and reliable, but very contradictory, even a super genius like Tony couldn't help scratching his head in confusion. Sir, according to the scene conditions I restored, the temperature generated by the explosion is as high as 3,000 degrees Celsius. Any object within 12.5 yards from the center of the explosion will be instantly evaporated by such high temperature. Yet after an explosion of such magnitude, no bomb fragments were found within a 3-mile radius of the scene? Tony asked. No, sir. JRVS replied. So what Happy said is true. What exploded was a living person, not a bomb strapped to his body as I thought. Wait, what is this? Tony found a hang tag with a name engraved on it from the holographically projected on-site model. The name on it was Targate Jeter. This kind of tag is generally used as a soldier's identity tag, used to confirm the identity of the soldier after his death and the body cannot be identified. JRVS, have you found any military casualties? Not shown in public records, sir. Tony nodded, then remembered the name Happy mentioned, and spoke again. JRVS, search the databases of various military units and departments for a person named Taggart J, a special soldier, and among his colleagues, relatives, and friends, is there anyone named Savon? Roger that, sir. I will investigate immediately. Let the task be executed in the background. Now help me retrieve all the temperature measurement charts that include 3,000 degrees Celsius records. Cloud computing has been started and is connecting to meteorological satellites to draw statistical images of thermal energy over the past 12 months. Get rid of all the places where Mandarin has attacked. Tony ordered. As JRVS hid the data at Tony's request, he soon discovered an unusual location, Rose Hill, Tennessee. JRVS, what's going on with this place? JRVS immediately retrieved all relevant information based on Tony's question and replied. The incident in Rose Hill occurred before all the Mandarin terrorist attacks. It was a suicide bombing incident. The suicide victim was a U.S. Army soldier named Chad Davis. A total of 6 people were killed in this explosion. After data comparison, the heat signals of the two events are very similar, and the temperatures have reached 3,000 degrees Celsius. 2 explosions, too. Li Zhao, soldiers appeared, and there are similar heat signature data. It seems that we have found a breakthrough, JRVS. Congratulations on finding the direction of the case, sir. But I think you'd better get ready now to welcome your guests. As soon as JRVS finished speaking, Tony heard the doorbell ringing from upstairs. Why are there still people approaching my villa now? Didn't I tell you to be on high alert, JRVS? I have notified all the terrorists of my address. There is nothing I can do about it, sir. Who asked you to announce your address to the media around the world? As the level of intelligence continues to improve, JRVS not only becomes more and more skilled in complaining, but also becomes more and more ruthless in its ability to pierce people's hearts. Quickly putting on his newly developed Mark 8 armor, Tony came to the living room from the laboratory and saw the guest mentioned by JRVS at a glance. It seems you are not Mandarin, right? Are you? As Tony spoke, he put down the charged palm cannon. After all, the person who appeared in front of Tony was a delicate beauty, not the weirdly dressed old man on the TV screen. Hearing Tony's question, the guest showed an awkward yet polite smile. It seems you don't remember me at all, but why am I not surprised at all? Tony was choked by the other party's words and didn't know what to say. His eyes were rolling around, thinking about how to deal with this embarrassing situation. In fact, Tony not only clearly remembered the name of the woman in front of him, but also had a very deep understanding of her. But precisely because of this, Tony had to pretend to be a noble man who forgets things. After all, he has now turned back, and his relationship with Pepper is at a critical moment. Tony didn't want his current relationship with Pepper to be ruined by the romantic debts he incurred in the past. This is normal, isn't it? I don't remember what breakfast I had this morning. Tony finally found a topic and wanted to break the awkward atmosphere between the two. However, at this moment, JRVS interjected without leaving any face to Tony. "You had gluten-free waffles for breakfast, sir." "Got it, JRVS," Tony responded through gritted teeth. "But please don't interrupt me when I'm talking to the guests next time, okay? Follow your will, sir." "Okay, let's get down to business. What's the reason why you came here to see me?" 370. Seeing that Tony didn't want to get too entangled in the past, the other party didn't say anything more and said straight to the point. "I want to talk to you alone for a few words. It's best not to be here. This matter is very important." While she was talking to Tony, her nervous eyes kept giving hints to Tony. But Tony obviously misread the message in her eyes. "Logically speaking, I shouldn't refuse. But I have an official girlfriend now." "Hey, Tony, why didn't you tell me in advance that a guest was coming to our house? What about the identity of this guest? Wouldn't you introduce it to me?" It's really chow, 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 which is what Tony doesn't want to face the most. Sure, a field still happened. Pepper walked downstairs and came at Tony's side. She looked at the woman opposite with a wary expression, waiting for Tony's response. "Well, this is Maya Hansen, an excellent botanist, whom I met before, but actually we're not very familiar with each other." "Yes, that's it." After Tony said this, he saw a teasing smile on Maya Hansen's face. "My dear, please go and get a glass of water for our guests. We still have something to talk about here. After we finish talking, I will introduce each other to you." After taking Pepper away from him, Tony hurried to Maya and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to tell me that there's a 12-year-old child I have never met waiting for me in the car outside?" It seems that some extra stimulation is helpful for memory recovery. "Don't you think of my name now, even for 12 years? You are really good at it," Maya Hansen said in a weird way. "Okay, can you not mention this? I don't want Pepper to know that we had a one-night stand." Tony begged in a low voice. "You said something wrong, Tony." Maya suddenly became serious. "What? Is the child already 13 years old?" Maya was truly speechless by Tony's shamelessness, and even began to wonder if it was a mistake for her to come here today. But since Tony was out of character, Maya countered with an even more out-of-character performance. "What I mean is that I didn't come here by car, and there aren't any 12 or 13-year-old kids outside. Whatever you left in my body, I have long since used my inner strength to release it. When I came over, I saw that there were all helicopters broadcasting news for various media outside. If Mandarin wants to respond to your provocation, he can let people get in among them. In short, I want to tell you that this place is no longer safe. You'd better leave quickly and find a safe place to hide for a while." Unexpectedly, in the face of Maya's persuasion, Tony said indifferently, "If he has the courage, he can come here. I am worried that the investigation of the incident will be too troublesome. If he can send people to the door, then I don't have to so hard work on the investigation. Don't forget, although Stark Industries has now transformed into New Energy, before that we had the largest weapons design and manufacturing department in the world. As long as Mandarin's people show up, I will let them see how strong the defense system of this villa is after my transformation." Before Tony could finish his words, Maya pointed to the live broadcast of Tony's villa on the TV in the living room and shouted, "Hey, before you continue to brag, you'd better take a look at this." Tony looked in the direction of Maya's finger and then saw a missile dragging a long tail heading towards them in the live broadcast. "Gone. This Mandarin has no martial ethics. JRVS. Tony shouted, JRVS. With the intelligence of Javi, Afa, although Tony did not give any orders, it still guessed what Tony meant. The Mark 8 battlesuit on Tony quickly decomposed and separated from his body, and then quickly transferred to Pepper's body, protecting Pepper. As for Tony and Maya, facing the missile that was about to explode, Tony hugged Maya and then used his body as a shield to protect her under him. Boom! Just as Tony completed this action, the missile had accurately hit the villa. The shockwave generated by the explosion continued to shake the structure of the villa. The violent shaking caused the broken bricks and stones to begin to fall, hitting Tony's back. "My back! My back!" Tony couldn't help shouting out because of the huge amounts of pain, but he was lucky and did not receive too many injuries from this wave of attacks. But it's hard to say what happens next. Just as Maya predicted just now, the people from Lynn's accident came straight to Tony's villa in an armed helicopter. The missile just now was not only a test by them, but also a clear response to Tony's provocation. They did not directly launch large-scale bombings in order to give the media helicopters conducting live broadcasts some reaction time, so that they could retreat to a safe position and broadcast what they had done. After all, if they responded and no one knew about it, wouldn't the attack be in vain? Among the ruins of the villa, Tony endured the pain and stood up, and at the same time asked Maya underneath him, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, cough." Maya shook her head, but she was choked by the smoke and dust in the surrounding air. "Pepper, how's the situation over there?" Tony yelled and asked Pepper again. "I'm safe, don't worry." Pepper wore a suit and pushed against a wall that collapsed due to the explosion. "What should we do next?" Such critical times. Pepper couldn't care less about blaming Tony. The top priority was to get out of the immediate danger. "You take Maya and go first. I'll stay to deal with them. There's so many media broadcasting live, and I can't let them show off their power," Tony commanded. "Then I'll return the battle suit to you." Tony interrupted Pepper and said, "Leave me alone. You go first. When you reach a safe location, I will naturally ask JRVIS to send the battle suit back." Hearing this, Pepper also knew that he could not persuade Tony, so he no longer wasted time and immediately picked up Maya Hansen, who was beside him, and then blasted a hole in the wall not far away. He took Maya and flew directly out of the ruins. As soon as Pepper left with Maya, the second missile sent by Mandarin arrived. Boom! Because the structure of the villa had been damaged before, the noise caused by the explosion was even more violent this time. Tony also lost his balance and fell directly to the floor. It didn't matter that he fell, but the ground below could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered directly. And Tony's whole body naturally fell into the basement along with the broken fragments of the floor. Hole. I haven't been this embarrassed in a long time. But why do I feel that my body is getting hotter and hotter? As he spoke, Tony raised his hands and looked at his palms. At the moment, his palms were constantly steaming, and the skin and flesh were unusually red and bright. What's going on? Looking at his hands. It shouldn't be said that this kind of abnormality appeared all over his body. Tony, who did not change his expression even in the face of a missile attack, said, "I couldn't help but panic." "Sir, Miss Pepper and Ms. Maya Hansen have arrived at a safe location." Just when Tony was stunned, the voice of JRVS reporting to him came to his ears. Hearing this, Tony couldn't care less about the abnormal burning in his body and immediately summoned the Mark 8 battlesuit from Pepper's body back to himself. After all, Tony with the battlesuit is Iron Man. Tony without the battlesuit might not even be able to defeat Happy. Putting on the steel battlesuit, Tony's confidence instantly increased, but just when he was about to show off his skills and teach these terrorists a lesson, J.V.I.S. said to him, "Sir, the Mark 7 is still an engineering prototype and cannot attack the enemy. Although the battlesuit is not equipped with weapons, it is still better than having to deal with the enemy with bare hands." Tony's mind was racing, and he looked at the helicopter that was only 10 meters away from the villa. He immediately had an idea and threw the piano in front of him towards the enemy plane. Boom! With a loud bang, Tony successfully hit an armed helicopter and shot it down into Malibu Bay. First one, Tony shouted excitedly in the battlesuit. However, Tony's move seemed to anger the enemy at the same time, and the remaining 2 armed helicopters began to attack Tony with more intensive firepower. And to avoid repeating the same mistake, both helicopters retreated slightly, increasing the distance between them and Tony. In this way, Tony's sneak attack just now was completely ineffective, and the power of the Mark 8 could not hit the heavy object that far. However, as the manufacturer of the Mark's battlesuit, No one knows better than Tony what this battle suit can do. Since you have distanced yourself, I will give you a big one to try. As Tony spoke, he took off the battle suit armor on his right arm. Underneath the armor is the device that normally fires the plasma energy cannon from Tony's palm. However, in order to consider the energy consumption of the arc reactor, the power of the palm cannon has always been limited. And Tony's current action is to remove the restriction device on the generating device. Without the restraint of the limiter, the palm cannon can complete maximum power output in an instant without waiting for energy storage. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the second armed helicopter had no choice but to retreat in front of Tony's palm cannon with full power output. Second one. Tony shouted excitedly again. But reality soon taught Tony what it means to be extremely happy and sad. After 3 armed helicopters continued to bombard it, no matter how good the materials used in Tony's villa and how advanced the construction technology was when it was built, it would not be able to withstand such repeated bombings. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the load-bearing beams carrying the entire villa collapsed completely, and the villa, which was built on the edge of the cliff for coolness, began to tilt slowly with the appearance of sliding into the sea. Trend. Under such a situation, the enemy would never leave Tony any chance to breathe and fired 2 missiles again, sending the crumbling building directly into the Malibu Bay. As for Tony, being trapped by thousands of tons of building materials, even with the ability of a steel battlesuit, there was no way he could escape from his current predicament in a short time. The whole person could only resign himself to fate and fall into the sea together with his villa. Sir, turn off the alarm clock, JRVS. I'm awake, Tony said, shaking his slightly groggy head. This is not an alarm clock, sir. This is the alarm sound issued by the system when the battlesuit energy is below 5%. When Tony heard this, he immediately opened his eyes wide and began to carefully observe the surrounding situation. Then he discovered that he had flown into a wilderness of ice and snow without knowing when. The next second, before Tony could recover from the strange scene in front of him, the battle suit, which no longer had enough energy to support, automatically entered into an emergency landing state. In fact, the so-called emergency landing is to find an open space with thicker snow and no innocent people around, free fall, and then leave life or death to luck. But judging from the results alone, Tony's luck is still good. Although he was beaten to pieces again just after he woke up from the coma, at least he didn't lose his life, right? 0. Please give me flowers. After landing safely, Tony finally had time to ask JRVS. What's going on, JRVS? How do we get to the north of the ice and snow? This is 5 kilometers outside of Rose Mountain, Tennessee. Sir, you made a flight plan before. Have you forgotten? How could this happen? No, I have to go back and protect Pepper now, Tony said as he stood up and took off again to return to the villa in Malibu. I'm very sorry, sir, but now I seem to have to enter a dormant state. JRVS's voice became smaller and smaller, until just when he finished speaking the last word, he finally shut down completely. Without the support of energy, even the most high-tech steel battlesuit is nothing more than a pile of junk. Tony was not sure that he could walk in the snow wearing this thing that weighed several hundred kilograms without power. After getting out of the battlesuit, it was already dark at the moment, which meant that at least a few hours had passed since he was attacked by Mandarin's men in the villa. But leaving the protection of the battlesuit and being in such a cold environment with heavy snow, Tony did not feel any cold or discomfort. Looking at his body that was getting redder and hotter, Tony felt that if he wasn't suffering from terminal fever, then the cause of all this must be the work of his uncle Loki. Although he still didn't know what was going on, this was at least good news for Tony, who was wearing only a single piece of clothing and was in the snow and ice. But the top priority is that Tony needs to quickly find a place that can shelter from the wind and snow, repair the Mark 8 battlesuit, and at the same time, charge the backup energy on the battlesuit. Now that we have arrived at Rose Mountain and can't leave for a while, it's time to dig out the truth about. It's strange. Why does this battlesuit feel so light when you drag it on today? Dragging the Mark 8 that had lost power while walking in the snow Tony didn't feel the slightest bit tired. On the one hand, it was naturally because of the inexplicable heat in his body, which allowed him to ignore the severe cold weather. On the other hand, for some reason, he seemed to have a lot of strength today, and dragging a steel battle suit weighing several hundred kilograms seemed like dozens of kilograms. Like heavy. On a snowy night, Tony had no good way to identify the direction. He could only move in the direction of his previous flight, based on his feeling. After walking about a few kilometers, Tony finally came across a house, but in this weather, there was no light coming from the house. In this case, generally speaking, either the owner has taken a rest, or there's no one in the house at all. Tony prefers the latter, because in such a cold weather, if there are people in the house, even if they take a rest, the fire in the fireplace will definitely still be burning, so that there will not be no light in the house. He stepped forward and knocked on the door, but as expected, he didn't get any response. In this case, as the saying goes, obey authority in urgent matters, then you can't blame me. After speaking, Tony walked around to the warehouse next to the house, and then swung the Mark 8 he was dragging behind him toward the door. Bang! The fragile wooden door was instantly smashed open by the heavy steel battle suit. Tony did not choose to break in directly through the front door of this house. After all, he just needed a place that could shelter him from the wind and snow. Although there was no one in this house now, judging from the traces of life around it, it was not an abandoned and empty house. After seeing the warehouse, Tony turned on the lights in the room and began to observe the layout of the warehouse. There's a workbench in the center, surrounded by various tools and handmade mechanical parts. It seems that the owner of this room is just like me. He also loves to invent and create. Tony thought to himself, Tony is lucky. He also needs some tools and accessories to repair the Mark 8 battlesuit, and this thing in the warehouse can be used for him. But just when Tony was about to commandeer the warehouse studio, a little boy appeared in front of him holding a homemade potato gun. Tell me, Ms. Botanist, what exactly do you want to do in our house today? On the highway, in a speeding sports car, Pepper, who was driving the car, asked Maya Hansen in the passenger seat. Seeing the serious look that Pepper looked at her from time to time, Maya hesitated for a while before speaking. I think my boss might be working for Mandarin. So if you still want to continue talking about this matter, I think we'd better find a safer place. Wang Defa. The shocked Pepper couldn't help but spit out a curse word while controlling the sports car. Why is your boss working for Mandarin? Tony clearly said you were a botanist. Maya nodded and said, yes, but more accurately, I should be a DNA biocoding scientist. I have a team of more than 40 people and am part of a think tank. But because my research results were originally published and I conduct experiments on plants, so it's not wrong to say that I'm a botanist. Pepper rubbed his temples and said, I don't understand the profession of you scientists. It's too complicated. Tell me, what's the name of your boss? Aldrich Killian. Maya replied without hesitation. Pepper's eyes widened when he heard this. He turned the steering wheel and parked the car on the side of the road. Then he looked at Maya and asked, the boss of Pioneer Technology? Ultimate Biological Project? Yes, that's him. But we generally call this project Extremis Project internally. Pepper held her forehead in disbelief. So your boss, a few days ago, blatantly came to Stark Industries to seek investment from me with a terrorist project plan? And I didn't see any clues at all. Maya shrugged. In fact, if you don't look at the side effects, the Extremis Project can definitely be regarded as an epic-making initiative in the field of biological gene editing. Wait, what side effects? Killian didn't mention this when he introduced this project to me. Pepper asked, I heard that Tony's driver was affected by the explosion caused by Mandarin in front of the Dasha Theater not long ago. He is now lying in the hospital receiving treatment. Yes, but Happy is fine now. Tony told me that he contacted a very powerful elder to help Happy with treatment. What does this have to do with the question I asked you? Pepper was confused. Why would Maya bring up this seemingly impossible matter? This is the side effect, those explosions. All the bombings that Mandarin publicly admitted on TV were not achieved by bombs, or the bombs he used were experimental products that had serious side effects in the Extremis Project. When Pepper heard the truth of the matter, she only felt horrified at the moment. Just imagine how frightening it is when a person is transformed into a bomb that may explode at any time. No, I have to contact Agent Phil Coulson quickly and ask SHIELD to send out personnel to investigate this matter, Pepper said, and was about to take out her mobile phone to contact Phil Coulson. But just when she was about to dial, Maya reached out and stopped her. It's useless. Before sufficient evidence is collected, this matter cannot be solved through the power of government departments. Why do you think Killian dared to go to you so blatantly with his plan? Why was the matter of the bombing attack not disclosed to the media until recently? Report it. Killian has long begun to bribe high-level government officials. Compared to money, lifespan is the most important thing for these politicians. As long as they live long enough, they can always control it through the power in their 2.0 hands. To this country, although the extremist project has serious side effects, it also has huge amounts of potential. Once the side effects are improved and the research is successful, all the efforts they make will become insignificant compared to the benefits they receive. Pepper covered the back of Maya's hand with her palm, smiled and comforted. Don't worry, Maya. Phil Coulson and the others are different. And even if it is not convenient for SHIELD to intervene in this matter, don't forget, we still have the Avengers. Woolen cloth. However, just after Pepper said these words, the originally weak expression on Maya Hansen's face began to change violently, and a very fierce, "You are really a gentle and kind woman, Pepper. No wonder even a prodigal like Tony Stark is willing to change your past lifestyle for you. I wonder if you have heard of the name of the scientist Werner von Braun, Pepper? Before he made missiles for Nabi, he also dreamed of traveling into space on a rocket he developed. Activists. But when the first V2 hit London, do you know what he said? The rocket worked flawlessly. It just landed on the wrong planet. When we first started, we were all equally naive, so pure. Then we started to be proud and obsessed. When we woke up again, we had gone too far on the wrong path. I am now, just like Werner von Braun back then. I can't turn back. But you were so naive, Pepper, so naive that I can't bear to continue to draw and use you. But there is no way. Our research is only one step away from the last step 07. Only the last step away from extremists, which I have spent many years of hard work to create, can have a truly perfect application. For this reason, even if I resort to any means, I must never give up until I achieve my goal. When she said this, Maya Hansen made no secret of the ferocious light in her eyes, looking at Pepper like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. What are you talking about, Maya? Why can't I understand? Faced with Maya's sudden change, Pepper seemed a little unable to react. You should be able to figure it out, Pepper. Tony, he is a true genius. In the room where we first met and had S**X, he took just a few minutes to help me calculate my number. A problem that has not been solved for years. I need Tony's wisdom. If there is anyone in the world who can help us perfect the last flaw in extremists, then I think it is only Tony Stark. But whether it's me or Killian, we all know that if we use normal methods to seek Tony's help, there is absolutely no chance of success. He only needs to spend a few minutes to read our research materials, and he may be able to discover our hidden secrets. So we need a handle that can control Tony and make him willing to use it for us. Hearing this, if Pepper still didn't understand what Maya Hansen meant, then she wouldn't be able to become the head of Stark Industries and manage the entire company well. And Pepper kept her eyes focused on Maya's face. When she saw that the other party's attention was not on her, she threw away Maya's hand that was holding her. Then he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, took out the car key, opened the door, and left the driver's seat. Pepper's series of operations can be said to be done in one go. When Maya reacted, Pepper had already closed the car door and then used the car key to lock all the doors. But when Pepper looked at the expression on Maya's face through the car window, she found that the other party was not panicked by her actions. Instead, she looked confident and looked at her with a smile. Before Pepper could figure out what was going on, 3 cars suddenly rushed out on the highway and surrounded her. The first person to get out of the leading car was none other than the boss Maya mentioned to her just now, Aldrich Killian. While Pepper was experiencing crisis, on the other side, in the small town of Rosehill, Tennessee, Tony also learned some information about the suicidal soldier, Chad Davis, from the child named Harley. Because of her son's death and the various rumors that resulted, Mrs. Davis, Chad Davis's mother, would go to the bar in the town every day to get drunk. Arriving at the bar, it quickly found the target it was looking for. Although he and Mrs. Davis had never met, in this bar that was almost entirely filled with men, a middle-aged woman with a sad look really stood out. Mrs. Davis? Tony came to the other party and asked tentatively. The other party heard the call and looked up at Tony, but because they didn't know each other, Mrs. Davis didn't respond verbally. "Can I sit here?" Tony asked again. "No one is stopping you." "That's true." Tony pulled out his chair and sat down with some embarrassment. "If you have anything to say, just tell me." Seeing the stranger approaching her, Mrs. Davis, as a veteran, how could she not understand the other party's intentions? "I'm sorry about your son, but I hope you can tell me what is the truth about this matter." "Take it. I've brought the document. No matter what the truth is, this has nothing to do with Chad." After saying that, Mrs. Davis threw a document to Tony. The cover of the document said, "Records of the Chad Davis investigation." However, Tony was confused when he got this document. He didn't make an appointment with the other party in advance. How could he? 013001407 Felu 232150 It seems that Mrs. Davis, you're not here just to get drunk tonight. Are you waiting for someone? For 97, hearing Tony ask herself this, an unnatural expression flashed across Mrs. Davis's face. Apparently, she had realized that she had mistakenly admitted the wrong person. But it was too late to regret it at this time. Tony had already opened the file and started looking at it. As soon as he opened the first page of the document, Tony received an unexpected surprise. The document contains the photos and names of two of Chad Davis's comrades, and the name of one of them turns out to be Savon. Recalling the name Happy had mentioned to him in the ward, Tony felt that he was very close to the truth of everything. Closing the document, Tony looked at Mrs. Davis sincerely and said, "Mrs. Davis, now I can 100% guarantee you that your son did not commit suicide, nor did he want to kill anyone. Made the real culprit of all these tragedies is someone else. He was just used by others." Just when Tony was about to say something to comfort Mrs. Davis, a palm suddenly patted his shoulder. "Sir, I think you took the wrong thing from me. Could you please hand me the document in your hand?" A woman wearing a black business suit and short red hair appeared behind Tony at some point. Her right hand seemed to be gently resting on Tony's shoulder, but only Tony, the person involved, knew exactly how much power the other party exerted on her. Tony looked at the other person in pain, but was unwilling to give up the document he had finally obtained. When the other party saw this, he no longer maintained the false politeness with Tony and directly grabbed him, pressed Tony's shoulders, and pinned him to the table. Immediately afterwards, the man took out a pair of handcuffs from nowhere and cuffed Tony's hands behind his back with a very clean movement. At this time, other customers in the bar also noticed the situation on Tony's side. Upon seeing this, a police officer from a small town immediately came over to ask about the situation. Tony took advantage of this moment, when a strange woman's attention was not on him, and lightly kicked the document that had just fallen to the ground under the bar of the bar. But what happened next made all the customers in the bar who were still intoxicated by alcohol wake up one after another. I saw that the whole body of the red-haired woman suddenly emitted a dangerous red light, and then in the eyes of everyone in shock, her arm was like a sharp spear, directly penetrating the police officer's strong body. Huge body. Everyone who witnessed such a terrifying scene, no matter how confused they were at the moment, driven by survival instinct, began to rush out with all their strength. But Tony, who also saw all this, had a completely different reaction from others, because the situation shown in this short-haired woman is really similar to what he found himself before. Did the other party also sign a contract with Loki or other gods? Or is this terrorist, named Mandarin, mastered some method that can grant mortals super abilities in batches? Tony, who was trapped in his own thoughts, did not realize that the abnormal situation that had happened to him before was quietly appearing again. When Tony reacted, he only felt an extremely hot power burst out of his body that he couldn't suppress. Severe pain occupied Tony's entire brain in an instant, causing him to completely lose consciousness. However, the short-haired woman standing in front of him clearly saw the changes that had taken place in Tony. At first, when she saw Tony's whole body began to glow red and his body temperature also rose sharply, she thought Tony was an experimenter who had been injected with extremists like her. I was still muttering in my mind. Did the boss also send other colleagues to perform this task? Then didn't he hit the wrong person, just like he did? But soon, the short-haired woman changed her mind. Because Tony's changes are not the same as theirs, they just stay in the stage of glowing and glowing. Instead, he went a step further, and flames began to emerge from Tony's body, and then gradually spread to his whole body. The pair of silver bracelets she had just put on Tony's hands also turned into a pool of hot metal liquid under the high temperature of the flames and fell to the ground. The short-haired woman had a strong feeling. It was hard to tell whether it was the instinct of the body or a woman's sixth sense. But her intuition told her that the flames coming out of Tony's body for no reason were very dangerous. Even if she has been transformed by extremists, when she is close to this flame, she will unconsciously feel a deep tremor in her soul. But the strange thing is that this flame, which can easily melt even metal, did not show its due power when it came into contact with Tony's clothes and surrounding objects. But when it spreads on Tony's skin, it can continue to burn Tony's flesh and blood, turning it into white bones. Soon, as the flames continued to dissipate, Tony was reduced to a skeleton wearing a pair of clothes. Although the short-haired woman didn't know what exactly happened to Tony, she thought he was probably a test subject and had undergone some kind of human experiment. But compared to the extremists injected into her body, there's a risk of becoming a human bomb. Tony was just burned to ashes, which was already a good ending. At least there was a whole corpse. But what the short-haired woman didn't know was that her thinking was still too simple. The power in Tony's body is not something that can be achieved by a mere semi-finished product in a laboratory. Just when she was about to find the documents, she wanted to leave and go back to resume her life. Something happened. Tony, who had turned into a skeleton, actually stood up slowly with his hands on the ground. Coupled with the loss of muscle and ligament protection, there is a click-click sound during joint movement. If an ordinary person were standing here at this moment, he would probably be frightened to death by the terrifying scene in front of him. But if Johnny Blaze were to see Tony in his current state, with a skeleton wrapped in hellfire, he would be able to recognize it at a glance as the Ghost Rider. And Tony, who is transformed into Ghost Rider, although he was a playboy before transformation, after transformation, he did not ask the short-haired woman in front of him, "Can I see how cool you are?" Ooh, laughter. Tony said the classic line that all Ghost Riders will say after transforming. "You are guilty. I have judgment." The ultimate use of hellfire through Ghost Rider's eyes directly burns the opponent's soul with hellfire. The opponent will continue to experience the pain caused by the crimes he committed against other victims in the past, even if it is. As a blind man, Daredevil is not immune to Ghost Rider's gaze. And it was obvious that the short-haired woman in front of Tony, who had just penetrated a brave, small-town police officer with her arm, could not be a kind person. Under the gaze of the Ghost Rider Eye of Judgment, the short-haired woman could only stand there blankly, letting her soul accept the punishment of hellfire. The final result was as expected. The short-haired woman's soul was completely burned by the fire of hell. It can be seen that the police officer she killed before was definitely not the first life to die in her hands. The crime she committed was so serious that it was The villain who was executed by the Eye of Judgment showed no trace of scars on the outside, but in fact her soul had already been burned away by the fire of hell. And when a body loses control of its soul, there are only two possible outcomes it faces. One is to completely lose the ability to move and become an empty shell. This is actually a better result. Most bad guys will become like this after being punished by Ghost Rider. But there are definitely surprises, and that is the second possibility. When the body loses the shackles of the soul and completely goes berserk, it will cause even greater trouble. And right now, The short-haired woman in front of Tony is like this. After this body that had been modified by extremists completely lost control, the result was a car one. Without any warning, in just a few seconds, the body temperature of the short-haired woman's body climbed to over 3,000 degrees Celsius and then suddenly expanded. Her fragile body could no longer withstand such violent energy. Huge amounts of heat were released from her body in an instant, destroying everything around her wantonly. Under the ultra-high temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, the object closest to the explosion center will be evaporated into gas in a very short time. Even if it is farther away, once such hot air is inhaled into the lungs, death will still be the inevitable ending. However, for Tony, who has turned into a skeleton with 587 and is protected by hellfire, even with such a powerful explosion, the final impact on him is only to lift him a few meters away. But it didn't cause any substantial harm to Tony. It's just that the document he kicked under the bar before was not so lucky. Under such an intensity of the explosion, it was impossible for the paper document to leave any residue. When Tony regains consciousness during the day tomorrow, he will definitely feel ashamed of his stupid behavior after transforming into Ghost Rider tonight. Although Ghost Rider's ability is powerful, it originally has an unchangeable flaw. That is, this power can only be used in darkness. The so-called darkness refers to the area that cannot be covered by sunlight. For example, when Tony was in the shadow of the ruins of the villa before, the power of the Ghost Rider in his body faintly emerged, providing Tony with some protection. And at the moment, in this cold night in Rose Mountain, in such a dark environment, only the true power of Ghost Rider can be stimulated to the greatest extent. Ahab, judgment completed. Among the ruins of the ruined bar, apart from the crackling sound of the wood being ignited by the high temperature, there was only the low and hoarse voice of Ghost Rider. The previous bustle in the bar had already caused the customers to stay away from the place due to the changes that had just occurred. But at this moment, Ghost Rider heard of very hasty footsteps approaching the bar quickly. Not long after, a man with short hair and a suit appeared in Ghost Rider's field of vision. And this person's body showed the same abnormality as the short-haired woman. His body emitted red light, and he could also release the terrifying Heat Emperor at will. It turns out that the short-haired woman did not come alone to perform the mission tonight, but also had a partner following her. If Tony was conscious now, he would definitely be able to recognize that the man in front of him was Savon, whom he had only seen on the document not long ago. The short-haired woman's name is Brant, and Savon came here with her to perform the task of recovering documents. However, Savon had been sitting here waiting just now and did not enter the bar with Brant. Until he saw an explosion in the bar, Savon, who was familiar with the side effects of extremists, immediately thought of the cause of the explosion. So I quickly got out of the car and ran into the bar to check the situation. However, as soon as he came in, before he had time to investigate, he was startled by the terrifying and weird appearance of the Ghost Rider. After all, if you're stared at by a flaming skull, no one will feel uneasy. But Savon doesn't have to worry too much, because soon he will never have trouble again. Ghost Rider looked at him and said word by word in his low and hoarse voice, "You are guilty." After saying that, Ghost Rider's eye of judgment was activated again, and the powerful hellfire penetrated the soul, detailing the sins Savon had committed. A few seconds later, Savon, as expected, became a soulless body, just like Brant. Definitely, as the body lost the restraint of the soul, Savon, who also accepted the transformation of extremists, finally ended up with no bones left in the loud noise. Ghost Rider, who had completed a double kill and was also an instant kill, stood there blankly after the trial, not knowing what to do next. After all, the previous two Ghost Riders, after each transformation, had to follow the provisions of the contract and complete the instructions given by the contract owner. But now that there are no tasks and instructions, Ghost Rider, who has never thought about the value and significance of his own existence, is unprecedentedly confused. Just when Ghost Rider was lost on the road of life, the little head of a ghostly elf suddenly poked in from outside the bar door and appeared in Ghost Rider's field of vision. For some reason, Ghost Rider suddenly seemed to understand something after seeing the child's innocent eyes. Just listen to him slowly spit out 3 words. "You are not guilty." Then the hellfire wrapped around his body began to slowly extinguish, and as the hellfire dimmed, the flesh and blood that had originally disappeared began to reappear on the skeleton bit by bit, until it finally returned to Tony's original appearance. The boy Harley, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. His mouth was wide open, but he could not make any sound. It was Tony who took the initiative to walk up to him, patted Harley on the head, and said, "Let's go, kid. It's time for me to take you home. It's late at night, and it's so cold. It's not like you, a little brat, should be outside. Time to wander." After coming back to his senses, Harley looked at Tony with admiration and asked excitedly, "Why didn't you tell me that besides that steel battle suit, you actually have such abilities?" "Tony, in fact, until I started to get angry just now, even I didn't know that I had such a skill. I'm going to give you a piece of advice, kid. You have to remember it. If someone holds a weapon of unknown origin in the future, I want to sign a contract with you. So you must not listen to the other party's lies. Do you understand?" I didn't expect that Tony would awaken the hellfire in his body so quickly. I just don't know if Tony's genius can use his own wisdom to break the original limits of Ghost Rider. Sensing the vibration transmitted through the contract, Loki immediately learned about Tony's successful transformation into Ghost Rider, even though he was thousands of miles away. After all, regarding the matter of choosing Tony to become the new generation Ghost Rider, it was not a decision that Loki made immediately. It was a decision that he finally made after really foreseeing more possibilities. Don't forget, Ghost Rider's core ability, Hellfire, has the ability to give ordinary items more powerful effects through enchantment. If Tony transforms into Ghost Rider and enchants the arc reactor and steel battle suit on his chest with Hellfire, what kind of miracle can be born from the superposition of magic and science? Even Loki couldn't predict this accurately, but that didn't stop him from being very interested in it, which is why he later signed the Ghost Rider contract with 2. Now, Loki is looking forward to how far Tony can develop this ability after knowing that he has obtained the power of Ghost Rider. On the other side, Tony, who was highly anticipated by Loki, said goodbye to Harley in the town of Rose Hill after solving the trouble caused by Brant and Savon. Although the investigative records, deceived from Mrs. Davis, were destroyed by a sudden explosion, Tony also obtained key information from them. The first is Pioneer Technology, which is responsible for producing that record file. This company recruits a large number of soldiers who retire from the battlefield due to physical defects every year. Tony will definitely not believe it if there is nothing fishy about it. Then there is the explosion of Brant and Savon after they were punished by the trial, just now. When Tony transforms into Ghost Rider, although his body is controlled by Ghost Rider's main consciousness, Tony's original consciousness will also have a certain influence on it, and a lot of Ghost Rider's memories will remain in his mind after he returns to his original state. Fragment. The scene where the 2 of them exploded in front of him just now is still vivid in Tony's mind. This scene is so similar to Happy's original experience. The high temperature exceeds 3,000 degrees Celsius, and the suicide bomb did not leave any bomb fragments. Both conditions are met perfectly. There is only one thing Tony has to do now, and that is to find out the connection or evidence between pioneering technology and this kind of human body modification experiment, and then follow the clues to get the old man hiding behind the camera, Starlin, with his own hands. Find it out. Driving from Rose Hill to Chattanooga, Tony's Mark 8 battlesuit was still charging at Harley's house. After the previous lesson in the villa, he was also worried about implicating Pepper again for his own sake. So for this investigation, Tony did not use the resources of Stark Industries, but had other plans. Chattanooga, Tennessee, is hosting a beauty pageant tonight, and a large number of media have gathered here in broadcast trucks to broadcast the event. Tony's plan is to use the broadcast truck's signal satellite to connect to Pioneer Technology's private satellite. In this way, Tony can enter Pioneer Technology's server without anyone noticing and look for the information he wants. As for how to bypass the firewall set up by Pioneer Technology, Tony has already figured out a way. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number of his good brother Rod, whom he hadn't seen for a while. If he remembered correctly, since Hammer Technology was implicated in the bankruptcy of Ivan Vank, the modification work of War Machine was handed over to Pioneer Technology by the military. In this case, when Pioneer Technology modifies and debugs War Machine, it will definitely assign an account for internal use to the battlesuit. And Tony now plans to ask Rhodes for the account and the password corresponding to the account. With them, Tony can bypass the firewall and enter Pioneer Technology's database through regular access. Tony's plan was implemented very smoothly. As a good brother, after knowing that Tony was investigating Mandarin, Rhodes trusted him unconditionally and revealed the War Machine account and password. 0. Please give me flowers. With the account number and password, coupled with Tony's computer skills, he quickly found what he was looking for in Pioneer Technology's vast database. On the monitor, what Tony is viewing is the video recording of Chad Davis before he was initially recruited into Pioneer Technology for human experimentation. In addition, Brandt and Savon, who had just played against him, also appeared in these video materials. The only difference from when Tony saw them was that both Brandt and Savon in the video had very obvious defects on their bodies, instead of the sound limbs they had before. After checking more information, Tony finally understood why the two people's defectiveness could be restored and why Davis's death was classified as suicide by Pioneer Technology. 0. It turns out that the purpose of Pioneer Technology's human experiment is to develop a biological agent that can regenerate severed limbs. Judging from the results of Brandt and Savon's eventual recovery, Pioneer Technology's research seems to have been successful. However, this kind of success is not 100% guaranteed, and this poor young man, Chad Davis, is one of the many failures produced by Pioneer Technology's human experiments. The so-called failures are those experimental subjects that exploded early due to side effects during the experiment, or even though the defective body has been restored, this biological agent is addictive. If you are unable to restrain your desires, you will eventually self-destruct due to the inability to suppress the side effects of biological agents. However, even if it is a failure, it was produced by Pioneer Technology after spending a lot of money and resources. As CEO, Aldrich Killian will naturally not let the money he spent go in vain. Therefore, Tony guessed that in order to recover the high cost of human experimentation, Mandarin was targeted by Killian and used these failed products as a weapon and sold them to Mandarin, the leader of the terrorists. After confirming that Pioneer Technology was secretly cooperating with Mandarin, Tony immediately contacted JRVS. Let it be responsible for investigating all communication networks of Pioneer Technology to see if Mandarin's previous live TV broadcasts were realized through Pioneer Technology. Use the mains power supply at Harley's home to charge the Mark 42 battlesuit. Naturally, it cannot be fully charged so quickly. However, it is still sufficient for the normal activities of JRVS. With the help of JRVS, Tony quickly located Mandarin's location. What he didn't expect was that Mandarin was not located in the Middle East like other terrorists as he thought, but was actually located in Miami, Florida, in the United States. This is simply a slap in the face of those guys in the Ministry of National Defense. They are so arrogantly doing 320 things under your nose, but no one has noticed it. Even Tony felt unbelievable when he heard JRVS give this answer for the first time. He also thought that there was a problem with JRVS's language system, so he said it wrong. But after he asked Harley beside him to confirm again and again that the location marked on the map was indeed Miami, Florida, Tony had to accept this fact. There was no other way. Since this was the case, Tony had no choice but to accept it. But now that the Mark 42 has not been fully charged, how can Tony alone deal with a group of vicious terrorists? Recalling the time when he transformed into Ghost Rider and instantly killed two thugs from Pioneer Technology who had undergone human body modification, Tony suddenly felt hopeful again. Fortunately, I exchanged phone numbers with Loki on the space carrier before, otherwise I wouldn't know how to contact him now. Tony dialed Loki's phone number, and soon Loki's voice came from the receiver. "Good evening, eldest nephew. Is there something urgent that calls me so late? Loki asked calmly on the other end of the phone. Regarding his attitude, Tony gritted his teeth. Stop playing with me, Uncle Luigi. Uncle, I was just tricked by you into signing that mysterious contract some time ago. Don't you know why I called you so late at night? Loki, oh, so that's why you did it. Then you should have told me earlier. How would I know if you didn't tell me? I will definitely tell you if you tell me. Stop talking nonsense and tell me what's going on. Tony interrupted eagerly. Well, young people nowadays really have no patience at all. Let me tell you briefly. That contract allows you to obtain Ghost Rider's power tomb. As long as you concentrate and imagine that you can control the hellfire in your body, you can transform according to your own wishes. As for how far Ghost Rider's power can be exerted, it's up to you to discover it yourself. One last thing to remind you, Ghost Rider's power can only be exerted in darkness. Remember, this is very important. After speaking, Loki hung up the phone without waiting for Tony to say anything. Although the answer given by Loki was not very detailed, at least it was better to tell Tony the most critical part of the information than to explore it on his own with a blind eye. Even if I set out now, it will be at least noon by the time I arrive at Mandarin's hometown in Miami. But Ghost Rider's power can only be unleashed in the dark, which means I can only rely on myself. In fact, for Tony, the safer and safer way would be to wait until night falls or the Mark 42 is fully charged before taking action. But Tony will not underestimate any enemy, even if he thinks that he did not leave any trace when he invaded the Pioneer Technology database. But if the enemy really discovers any traces of the Cobweb Horse, wouldn't it just alert the enemy? Once there is any disturbance, Mandarin will definitely escape as soon as possible. And once Mandarin successfully escaped this time, Tony knew very well that it would be more difficult to find the other party's whereabouts next time. So Tony had to take this risk. But before that, he still needs to make some preparations. Although without the steel battle suit, the newly obtained super ability is unreliable. But don't forget he is Tony Stark, a guy who can rub the arc reactor and Mark I battle suit in the cave. When Tony was making a big purchase in the supermarket, on the other side of the Earth, at the moment the sun was shining, Colonel Rhodes received information from the Blue Zero support team. They discovered a suspicious location suspected of being Mandarin's hiding place in a desert somewhere in the Middle East. It was also Mandarin's hiding place. The location that Tony found was in Miami, Florida, in the United States, but the location investigated by the Department of Defense was in the Middle East, hundreds of thousands of miles away. Either the investigation results of both parties were wrong, or one of the two must have received wrong information. But this time, unfortunately, the one who made the mistake among the two was Colonel Rhodes. Blue Zero support team. Unless Mandarin wants to use forced labor and then use sportswear to attack the United States, otherwise I will think you have messed up the mission. When Rhodes, wearing a War Machine battle suit, rushed into the room and shouted the order, "Don't move," he realized that except for the female worker who was operating the sewing machine, there was no Mandarin in the room. Shadow. And after scanning, it was confirmed that none of these female workers were carrying weapons. However, although this is not Mandarin's home base, Rhodes' appearance here today and rescuing so many female workers from forced labor can be regarded as a meritorious deed. 2.5. But just when Rhodes was proud of this, he didn't know that sometimes a person's danger level could not be judged by whether he was carrying weapons or not. He also didn't notice that from the moment he entered the room, there was a female worker standing at the end, neither participating in any labor nor showing too much excitement about Rhodes' rescue. And just after everyone else thanked Rhodes and escaped from the house, the female worker who had always seemed out of place finally revealed her long-hidden fangs. I got the battlesuit serial number mixed up earlier. The prodigal son is Mark 42. As long as everyone knows it, I'm too lazy to change it. Boss, War Machine has been controlled by me. In the room, the female worker who was left behind just now has unveiled her veil and is holding a satellite phone to report on her duties. Judging from her appearance, there is no trace of Middle Eastern characteristics, not to mention that she just overturned the heavily armed War Machine to the ground with her bare hands. Colonel Rhodes thought he had seen a lot by following Tony, but he had never met such a hot woman. The other party just stretched out his hand and gave him a gentle shake, but his battle suit actually shut down due to excessive temperature. But Rhodes could only be trapped in the heavy battle suit, unable to move, and watched helplessly as the opponent loaded him onto the transport plane like a piece of cargo. Until at the moment, Rhodes didn't know that everything he encountered at this moment was actually ordered by the Mandarin he was tracking. On the other side, Tony, who currently has no battlesuit to rely on, can only give full play to his hands-on ability. Relying on his excellent knowledge accumulation, Tony used daily necessities purchased from the supermarket to create one deadly weapon after another. It wasn't until everything was ready that Tony resumed driving the vehicle in the direction of Miami. According to the investigation results transmitted by JRVS, Mandarin's hiding place is located in an abandoned manor mansion on the outskirts of the city. Tony drove to a place nearly 1 kilometer away from his destination, took all his homemade weapons, and slowly approached the outskirts of the manor on foot. On a big tree near the manor wall, Tony took out the prepared telescope and began to observe the situation inside the manor. There are not many security forces patrolling the manor, but Tony estimates that there should be more guards inside the building. Such careful patrol arrangements made Tony even more certain that this abandoned manor was definitely Mandarin's lair. So after planning the next action plan in his mind, Tony started his infiltration. It has to be said that Tony has designed weapons before. Even if he only uses daily necessities purchased from the supermarket, the weapons he creates cannot be underestimated. Although the guards in the manor were fairly tight, Tony was able to defeat all the security forces outside and easily sneak into the building. But there was one thing that Tony had misjudged from the beginning. He thought that in order to protect Mandarin's safety, the security force inside the mansion would definitely be stronger than outside. But when he entered the mansion, what he saw was not a group of big men wearing turbans and holding weapons, but a few drunken dancers in clothes and wine bottles scattered on the floor. After going deeper, Tony finally saw the Mandarin he had been thinking about. It's just that unlike Mandarin, who showed off his power to the United States government and military on TV, Mandarin, lying in bed with a listless spirit, is simply a drug addict whose body has been emptied by alcohol and S**X. After some more questioning, Tony realized that he had been wrong from the beginning. The real man behind the scenes is not Mandarin at all, but Aldrich Killian, the boss of Pioneer Technology. This so-called Mandarin is just a frustrated actor, a puppet pushed out by Killian to attract hatred. After learning this, Tony finally figured out why the security settings in this manor were so strange, because those guards were not used to protect Mandarin at all, but to guard Mandarin and prevent him from leaving here. Listen, Mandarin, or should I call you by your real name, Trevor Slater? Tell me, Killian, what does he want to do? What is his true purpose? Slater, who had always been timid when faced with Tony's questioning, was unexpectedly tough this time. What? Do you think I don't dare to shoot? Tony threatened. Slater shook his head. No, I just think you have no chance to shoot. As soon as Slater finished speaking, Tony reacted and quickly turned around and launched an attack. It turned out that when Tony turned all his attention to Slater, Killian's men were approaching behind him without knowing it. Although Tony's reaction was not slow, he was still a step too late in front of the super soldier who had been transformed by extremists. He was hit hard on the neck by the opponent and fainted on the spot. When Tony woke up again, he was tied to an iron frame, and the person who appeared in front of him turned out to be his old lover, Maya Hansen. How do you feel, Tony? I didn't expect you still like to play bondage games as much as before. It wasn't my idea, Tony. Tell me, why did you do this, Maya? Was she threatened by Killian? Don't be stupid, Tony. Killian is my partner. He provides funds for my research, and I provide technology to his company. It's that simple. Simple? Do you know that Killian is using your technology to carry out terrorist activities outside? Do you know how many people have died because of your technology? I definitely know, Tony. That's why I need your help, Tony. Help me perfect it. It's something only you can do. Remember, when you woke up that morning, it only took a few minutes to perfect my equation. Sorry, Maya, but I will not help others. Look back. You were once an excellent scientist, so talented, and had a kind heart. If you still have any conscience as a scientist, it is still too late to look back. Let me go and I will take you out of here. As the absolute protagonist in the Marvel Universe, it is obvious that Tony, like the protagonists in other worlds, has top-notch talkability that can be called mouth escape. After his conversation, Maya Hansen had obviously begun to waver. But before Maya could make up her mind, the appearance of a voice instantly made Tony's newly hopeful heart fall to the bottom again. "Tony Stark, I'm afraid you can't bring anything in from my territory today." Aldrich Killian, the mastermind behind all this, finally stood in front of Tony in his own identity. "Are you still angry about Byrne?" Tony asked. In fact, today is not the first time the two met. At the 1999 Scientist Conference, Killian handed his business card to Tony, who was in the limelight at the time, and was fooled by Tony into waiting on the rooftop. Tony one night. It's just that Tony and Maya were having a fierce fight on the bed at that time. With Tony's Playboy character at that time, how could he spend time with a grown man like Killian? How could I be angry with you, Tony? I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, how could I have grown into what I am now, a better version of myself? So, in return, you have prepared a great gift. Killian said, taking out the portable holographic projection device developed by Pioneer Technology Company from his pocket. The holographic projection device quickly projected a lifelike figure under Killian's remote control, and the figure in the projection was none other than Tony's beloved Shao-Potts. In the projection, Pepper is being restrained by a machine and unable to move. But Tony could clearly see the faint red light emanating from her body. After watching so many experimental videos in the Pioneer Technology database, Tony knew very well that this was how Pepper behaved after being injected with extremists. This is a live broadcast. I don't know if you know it, but now whether she will die or evolve into a more perfect life form is all decided by her own body. I have been through this before. When extremis is injected into the body, the feeling is like magma flowing through the blood vessels. It is really not a pain that ordinary people can bear. Many soldiers who came off the battlefield never shed a tear when they were seriously injured, but they cried like hell when they were subjected to human experiments. If Pepper couldn't hold on and gave up, then I have to say that the explosion scene was still very spectacular. Listening to Killian's words that were like a devil's whisper, Tony couldn't bear to look at the projected live broadcast of Pepper suffering tremendous pain. This was perhaps the saddest moment Tony had felt in a long time since Dr. Ethan died in front of him. But at this moment, Maya spoke up to stop Killian's subsequent development. "Stop it, Killian. Let him go." Maya took out a syringe from nowhere and pointed it at her carotid artery. "What are you doing?" Killian turned around and looked at Maya with sinister eyes. "There are 1,200 milliliters of poison in it. It only takes half of the injection to kill me. If you don't want my death to slow down the research progress of extremists, then you'd better do what I say, Killian. You are testing my patience, Maya. Unfortunately, all my patience was exhausted that night in Byrne." Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Maya Hansen looked at Killian, who shot her in disbelief, and then fell heavily to the ground. "Look, Maya, so I've always told you, I like to use the simplest way to solve problems. If the problem can't be solved, then solve the person who created the problem." Looking at Maya, who was lying on the ground with blood constantly pouring out of the wound, Killian spoke in a cold and ruthless tone, as if he had just crushed an ant to death casually, rather than a living human life. "You are a lunatic, Killian," Tony said angrily as his old lover Maya died in front of him. No, Tony, I am an idealist. But I do have a madman in my hands, and he will make a brilliant debut tonight." After finishing speaking, Killian left with a smile. In addition to instructing his two subordinates to keep an eye on Tony, he didn't do anything to Tony Dog. In fact, the main reason why Killian was able to kill Maya without any hesitation was because Tony fell into his hands. Since you, Maya Hansen, said that Tony Stark is a real genius who can solve problems that you can't solve. So now that Tony Stark is in the hands of me, Killian, is your Maya Hansen still worth anything to me? It can only be said that as a scientist, Maya's IQ is sufficient, Otherwise, it would be impossible to study extremists to the present level by herself. But when it comes to office politics, Maya can only be said to be a rookie. After all, no employee would say to his boss, "Boss, I can't handle this, but I know someone who does." The boss won't be excited when he hears this and will kick you right away. Just find a person you recommended. After Tony was proud and avenged for being let off by Tony and Byrne, Killian went to a secret room in the manor without stopping. And in this secret room, what is being held is the War Machine, Colonel Rhodes, who fell into the trap before. Around War Machine, there were 3 or 4 people holding angle grinders and chainsaws and gesticulating on the battlesuit. But no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't find any holes in the battlesuit. However, although this group of Killian's men and the War Machine were helpless, Colonel Rhodes, who was in the battlesuit, was also helpless at this moment. After all, when the Ministry of National Defense sent the War Machine to pioneer technology for modification and upgrade, it never expected that the other party would be working with terrorists. Now that the battlesuit system has been hacked by the opponent, Colonel Rhodes is also very embarrassed. As soon as Killian came in, he saw several of his men sweating profusely around the War Machine. However, as the boss, he was not gratified by the hard work of his subordinates. He only felt that his subordinates were too stupid. Zhao Hao Zhao, since the cutting method doesn't work, why don't you try another method? Just stick to one method and stick to it. It's just a fool's errand. The more Killian thought about it, the angrier he became. As he approached the War Machine, he took off his suit jacket. "Go away and let me do it." Killian pushed away the men surrounding him, then stretched out his hands and placed them on the armor on the belly of the War Machine and began to heat it directly. Since Rhodes was unwilling to take the initiative to open the battle suit inside, Killian forced him to open the battle suit. He wanted to see if Rhodes was really that perseverant and could persevere at temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. Facts have proved that Colonel Rhodes, a soldier of the United States, did not have the spirit and perseverance of the PLA to endure severe pain for the motherland without saying a word until he died. Killian finally succeeded in getting what he wanted: War Machine's battlesuit. On the other side, Tony didn't know that his friend at the moment was tied to this manor, just like him. Since Killian had no intention of doing anything to him, Tony didn't intend to cause any trouble, because he is waiting for an opportunity to fight back. Whether he is waiting for the Mark 42 battlesuit to finish charging or waiting for the Golden Crow to fall into darkness, as long as he can ensure his safety before then, Tony is confident that he can reverse the disadvantage and turn defeat into victory. Just as Tony was thinking about this matter, an electronic sound suddenly sounded in the room. Beep, 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 beep. The 2 guards listened to the sound and quickly identified the source of the sound. It was an electronic watch that had been taken off Tony before. It was also a Dora the Adventure's co-branded watch. It can be said to be an extremely precious watch. Speaking of this watch, Tony borrowed it from Harley. After all, he didn't expect that he would be sent to Tennessee by JRVIS as soon as Awakening came, and he failed to make any preparations in advance. In order to confirm the time more conveniently, Tony borrowed this Dora co-branded electronic watch from Harley's 383 sister's favorite. The beep 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 sound that just sounded was actually the sound of the alarm clock set by Tony on this watch. When the alarm clock rings, it also means that the Mark 42 battlesuit has finally returned to full power after nearly 2 days of charging. The opportunity Tony has been waiting for has arrived. "Hey you, I'm talking about you. Please be careful. That watch is a limited edition." Tony suddenly spoke to one of Killian's men. After saying that, he looked at another man with a ponytail and said, "And you, Ponytail, do you know how far it is from Tennessee to Miami?" 832 miles. To Tony's surprise, the other party answered very confidently and quickly. "I didn't expect you to be quite good at geography." Tony praised someone with rare praise. But if you don't want your companion to suffer too much later, then I suggest you let him put that watch down. But what's even more surprising is that the strong man who had no intention of doing anything to the watch, after hearing Tony's words, seemed to want to provoke Tony. While looking at Tony, he threw the electronic watch in his hand to the ground. Then he was crushed by a foot. Looking at the other party's action, Tony raised his eyebrows. Well, since you're seeking death like this, I'm sorry that I have to kill you first. Faced with Tony's words, the strong man just shrugged indifferently and then continued to ask provocatively, "Come on, let me see how you are going to kill me like this, ha ha ha." Tony shook his head. "Don't worry, it's a distance of 832 miles. Give it some time." "Who?" the ponytail guard asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Prodigal son." The ponytail guard thought Tony was driven crazy by his current situation and said to his accomplices on the side, "Hey, why do you think we got into trouble with such a guy?" As soon as he finished speaking, a clang was heard, and a black shadow suddenly broke through the glass from outside the house and rushed in. Before the man with the ponytail had time to see clearly what it was, he felt a strong wind approaching, and then he was hit hard on the back of the head by the unknown object. The strong man next to the ponytail, whom Tony vowed to kill first, was able to see clearly the true face of this unidentified flight object. It's just that he didn't feel any happy emotions because his curiosity was satisfied, or he didn't have time to generate any emotions at all. The black shadow falling from the sky flew towards Tony accurately, then attached to his right hand, and instantly assembled into a palm cannon. Immediately afterwards, he heard a bang, and the strong man felt that his eyes were bright at first, then black, and finally he lost consciousness completely, hit the ground heavily. When a man with the ponytail came to his senses after being hit on the back of the head, it was too late to beg for mercy. Tony, Ahab, snatched the gun from his hand and then hit the ponytail with a powerful vajrapalm on the floor. However, Tony's crisis did not end there. The sound of him fighting with the two men quickly attracted more guards, and each of these guards held firearms in their hands. However, except for the right-hand gauntlet of the Mark 42, which had just arrived on the battlefield, and the pistol that was taken from Ponytail, Tony now has no other weapons available. No, just a second ago, Tony added a new left leg armor. It seems that other parts of the Mark 42 are still on the way, and the armor on the right hand and left foot alone obviously cannot provide enough protection for Tony. But the reason why Tony can become Iron Man is not because he wears a steel battle suit, but because he is Tony Stark. Although there were only 2 pieces of armor, Tony relied on his wisdom to make great use of these 2 pieces of equipment. The first is mobility, which is most important when fighting against many. With the right hand armor and left leg armor, Tony barely gained the advantage of air superiority. At the same time, with flexible use, the sudden acceleration and steering allow Tony to move around under the siege of many people, effectively completing evasion and launching fatal counterattacks. The second is naturally the firepower support brought by the palm cannon. After all, if you only have a pistol, no matter how accurate your marksmanship is, unless you reach the level of bullet bending in the Assassin's League, facing so many enemies, the bullets will not be enough. Use. But it's different with the palm cannon. This thing has just been fully charged. Although flying over a distance of 832 miles may consume some energy, in terms of battery life, it is much better than a pistol. After Tony eliminated all the guards, the other parts of the Mark 42 battlesuit finally arrived and were completely reassembled. But at this time, Killian had gotten what he wanted and left in a helicopter with his other men. Seeing the war machine streaking across the sky, Tony was confused and was about to catch up, but JRVS told him, "Sorry, sir, the remaining energy of the battle suit cannot support continued flight." "Well, it seems that I made a failed work this time," Tony complained helplessly. Fortunately, after a while, Tony saw Rhodes fighting with a group of guards outside the manor. This also let him know that the person in War Machine, just now, was not his good brother Rhodes. But this is not good news, but bad news. This means Killian takes control of War Machine. And now, Tony must figure out what exactly Killian wants to do. Why does he want to take away the War Machine? Who is the madman he mentioned before that will appear tonight? To get this answer, it seems that he has to meet his old friend. Trevor Slater, at the moment, was looking at the 2 men in front of him with a flattering look, because once he made them unhappy, Slater's life might be in the hands of these 2 men at any time. Superior. And the two men who control Slater's fate are none other than Tony and Rhodes, who have just completed the rendezvous. Okay, Big Star. Now, tell me, where did Killian take Pepper? What conspiracy is he planning? Facing the Mark 42's palm cannon and the firearm in Colonel Rhodes' hand, Slater naturally did not dare to refuse to answer Tony's question. Well, I don't know who Pepper is, but I know what his plan is. What port was Killian in tonight? Well, I forgot about this dash. Anyway, there's a big ship there. He mentioned that he would conduct a live broadcast again, and this matter seems to be related to the vice president. As for the other things, I don't know, and he won't tell me. I am on the sidelines. Overheard. After listening to Slater's unclear explanation, although the two of them still had no way of knowing what Killian's real plan was, they still got some key information from it, such as vice president. I think we should contact the vice president now. What do you think, Rod? I agree, Tony. It was not unusual for Tony and Rhodes to obtain the vice president's personal phone number. However, neither of them realized that sometimes defective and incomplete information can be more misleading than when there is no clue. Although Killian mentioned the vice president, this does not mean that the vice president will be his next target. In fact, on the contrary, Killian should be the person who most hopes that the vice president's safety will be guaranteed. Because he had reached a private deal with the vice president, the two were already partners. Killian will use extremists to help the vice president's daughter with leg disabilities recover. And what the vice president has to do is wait for Killian to get rid of the president and become Killian's puppet in the government. In this way, the phone call between Tony and Rhodes not only had no effect, but also reminded the enemy that they had begun to investigate all this. Although the original purpose of the call was not achieved, Tony and Rhodes still received important news from the vice president, that his War Machine, as the president's personal bodyguard, boarded Air Force One with the president. Presidential plane. In this way, the answer to why Killian wanted to take away the War Machine is readily apparent. Killian wanted to follow the Trojan horse story, send his men to the president, and then get rid of the president. Tony, although I don't really want to say this, but now we have to choose one between Mr. President and Miss Pepper to give priority to rescue. Tony nodded and said seriously to Rhodes, "Don't worry, Rhodes. I know how to choose. By the way, do you know why my battlesuit is numbered 42? Colonel Rhodes shook his head, wondering what Tony's intention was in asking him this question. The reason why this battlesuit is named after Mark 42 is not because this is the 42nd steel battlesuit I have developed, but because this is the 42nd battlesuit project that I have designed and approved. It's just that the difficulty of manufacturing this battlesuit far exceeded my expectations when I designed it, so it has not made its debut until now, although there are still many functional flaws." While talking, Tony suddenly said to JRVS, "JRVS, how are the big babies I left in the villa doing now?" "Zero. Please give me flowers." "Sir, I have arranged for people from the disaster control company to clean up, and all the battlesuits in the basement have not been damaged." "Very good. If that's the case, then let these big babies who have been eating dust in the warehouse be let out for a good walk tonight." After saying that, Tony looked at Rhodes again and said, "Only children need to make choices. Adults definitely want them all. I will save both Pepper and the president together." As for Tony's choice, as a good brother, Rhodes definitely fully supports. "Go with all your strength, Tony. I just hope everything can be done in time." "Zero." Tony patted Rhodes on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. We won't follow the enemy forever." JRVS, I asked you to hack into military satellites to investigate where Killian's helicopter went when they left. Is there any news now? "Their location has been found, sir. They landed at the dock of the Rocks Oil Company, and, according to satellite images, Miss Pepper was also taken there." Tony nodded and said excitedly, "Very good. Now, it's our turn to give each other a little technological shock. JRVS, it's party time. Big family gathering, sir." "That's right." At the same time as Tony gave the order, most of the ruins had been cleared by the disaster control company on the Stark Manor. The armor that Tony had designed and manufactured over the years and stored in the underground warehouse at the moment was just like his mother. Pigs wearing bras usually fly into the sky one after another. on Air Force One, which is the presidential plane of the United States. At the moment, there is no trace of the president. Instead, the woman who had previously ambushed Colonel Rhodes and captured him together with a War Machine battlesuit was in the empty air. It is particularly conspicuous in the special plane. As for Mr. President, he had been locked into a War Machine battlesuit by this woman a few minutes ago and airlifted to the port where Killian was at the moment. Although Iron Man, who arrived a little late, was unable to save the president, fortunately, he was able to save the 13 surviving crew members on the special plane in time. "What should we do now?" Rhodes asked, looking at Tony, who was remotely controlling the Mark 42 battlesuit. Tony shook his head helplessly. "There is no other way. Now that Pepper and the president are in their hands, we can only fight Killian and the 790 gang at the port. Just the two of us with mortal bodies? When will your battlesuit come back?" "We can't wait until that time, Rhodes. We have to leave now, but don't worry. We will find all the helpers for tonight's operation. And let me tell you a secret. Whenever night falls, my anger is very high. Exuberant. Then I'm looking forward to making a big fuss when you lose your temper." Rhodes responded with a smile. At the moment, he didn't understand that the anger in Tony's words was not what he imagined. At the port of Locke's Petroleum Company, it was completely dark at the moment, but the entire port was bustling with lights. Tony and Rhodes had just sneaked in when they saw Mr. President being hung high by 2 gantry cranes. They hung the president on top of the gas tank. It was a bit like a Viking funeral, where they planned to publicly execute the president and burn him with gasoline. "Okay, Tony, you still have a lot of knowledge in your head, but now is not the time to show off. Where are your helpers? Now it's their turn to show up. Don't worry, Rod. Let them fly for a while. Can JRVS be able to locate Pepper's location?" "Sir, I have found Miss Pepper." "Very good, JRVS." After saying that, Tony raised his head towards Rhodes, and then said, "Look, our helper is here." Looking in the direction of Tony's line of sight, Rhodes immediately saw small dots of fire, approaching rapidly towards their location. "Is this our helper?" Rhodes asked in disbelief. "That's right. All. Looking at the Mark Series steel battle suits, neatly arranged in a row in the sky, and the number is still increasing, Rhodes' eyes are full of excitement. "Give me one, Tony. I really want to put on a battle suit and fight." "Sorry, brother, but they are all tailor-made, but I can let them give you a ride. It's up to you to rescue the president. I'm going to get Pepper out." JRVS. Lock all extremist modifications. Conduct a devastating blow to the person's heat source signal. "As you wish, Doctor." Following Tony's order, the battlesuits carefully designed and built by Tony, and under the control of JRVS, began to show their amazing destructive power. In the port, the sounds of various metal collisions and explosions are endless. At the same time, the battlesuit that Tony arranged for Rhodes also stood in front of Rhodes, then put his hands around Rhodes' armpits and hugged him whole body. "Tony, don't tell me this is how you send me up. Don't worry. I will let JRVS pay attention to safety. Moreover, they have always been angry at me and constantly provoked me. Now, it's my turn to get angry." As soon as he finished speaking, Rhodes saw a horrifying scene that he had never seen before in his life. Flames suddenly appeared from everywhere on Tony's body, and in just a few seconds, Tony was burned into a pile of bones. Rhodes, who witnessed all this happening, couldn't even tell whether his mood at the moment was more grief at losing a close friend or fear after receiving a fright. What made Rhodes even more frightened was that Tony's remains in front of him actually spoke to him. "How are you, Rhodes? Is my new look good?" Tony, who is actively transformed, has been able to initially control the power of Ghost Rider, so will not be as painful as the first transformation. Control over this body. "Are you still Tony?" Rhodes asked uncertainly. "Although my appearance has become a little scary, I am still Tony Stark. It's a long story, so I'll explain it to you when I have time. As for now, I should make a scene like you said." After saying that, Tony, who had transformed into Ghost Rider, opened his arms, and a steel battle suit immediately possessed Tony's body. But the next second, wisps of hellfire flames emerged from the inside through the gaps in the battle suit, and gradually began to cover the entire battlesuit. As the fire of hell entangled him, Tony's battlesuit also slowly underwent some changes. The first was the color of the battlesuit, which changed from the original eye-catching red and gold color to a darker and low-key silver and black color. At the same time, the design of the battlesuit's head mask changed from a shape close to a human face to a pattern similar to a skull. JRVS, take me to Pepper. Although the voice became deeper and the 2.3 eyeballs capable of human eye recognition were gone, under the enchantment of Hellfire, JRVS still carried out Tony's instructions. Looking at Tony, who had already soared into the sky, Rhodes finally recovered from the shock and said, "It seems that someone is going to be unlucky, but now is not the time to worry about others. My task here is not easy either. I haven't asked my battlesuit brother. Do you have a name? Please hold on to me, Mr. Rhodes. We're about to take off." This battlesuit seems to have a lot of character, and I don't want to pay much attention to Colonel Rhodes. After saying that, it held Rhodes in its arms and flew directly towards the gantry crane where the president was hoisted. Waste, it's such a waste. At the moment, the chaotic port was filled with flames and flying debris caused by the explosion. The stacks of containers stacked around are also shaky and may fall down at any time. But even in such a dangerous environment, there is a person walking leisurely among the explosions, as if he was not on the battlefield, but walking in an amusement park. Whenever he passed a battlefield between a steel battlesuit and an extremist transformer, he would wave his hand and release a blast of freezing air, sealing the extremist transformer in ice crystals, and then lock him into the mirror space. At this point, the identity of this mysterious man is self-evident. It was Loki who had signed a contract with Tony before and gave the Ghost Riders T******************* to the temple. The purpose of Loki's visit today is also very simple. That is, Killian spent so much effort to create the extremist transformer. It would be a waste if Tony's battlesuit were to eliminate them all at once. These people are all going to die anyway, so why not let Loki use them again before they die? 07. So, after Loki sensed that Tony had transformed into Ghost Rider again, he guessed that this was because the war between Tony and Killian had started. And Loki also quickly used flying Thor to teleport to the place where the two sides were fighting. Loki has only one purpose here, and that is to collect those extremist reformers who have not been killed by the steel battlesuit, and then use the ability stripping method used by the Doctor and Loki himself to remove the opponent's quick self. The ability of healing is stripped out and sealed to the item. With Loki's strength, there is no need for such a thing. But there is no guarantee that someone else may need it one day in the future. Besides, even if you don't need this quick self-healing ability, it's still a great gift for your relatives and friends to carry around as a talisman. Under the cover of Flower in the Mirror, Moon in the Water, no one in this place can discover Loki's existence. No one knew that Loki was constantly grabbing his own interests while they were fighting life and death. However, in just a few minutes, Loki had already imprisoned more than 20 extremist reformers in the mirror space, and he estimated that this number was almost enough. Moreover, there were too many steel battlesuits on Tony's side. In just a few minutes, most of Killian's men had been almost eliminated. There were only a few scattered ones left, and Loki was too lazy to continue collecting them. So he casually opened the mirror space and disappeared into the battlefield of this port. From beginning to end, no one knew that Loki had ever been here. When Loki left, the war between Tony and Killian also reached a fever pitch. Rhodes has successfully rescued the president from the gantry crane and recovered his War Machine battlesuit. However, because he had to escort the president to a safe place, Rhodes was unable to go to Tony's side to support him immediately. But considering Tony's current situation, he doesn't really need Rhodes' support. If Killian is given another chance to come back, I believe he will never inject extremists into Pepper in order to get revenge on Tony. He thought that this kind of torture was the desperation he sent to Tony in order to retaliate against Tony. In the end, he had to swallow the bitter fruit himself. The current situation is that Tony and Pepper, a young couple, directly relied on their tacit understanding and numerical advantage to start a mixed doubles match against Killian. Although Pepper usually dresses like a professional woman, she looks like she has no fighting ability. But perhaps after being transformed by extremists, the violent factor in Pepper's body was also activated in the process. Among the attacks against Killian, it was not Tony who took the most shots, but Pepper. Moreover, Pepper never takes action every time. Once he takes action, he must seize Killian's flaw and then deliver a set of combos. He will never retreat with one blow, leaving Killian with no breathing space. Chance. Anyway, with the fast self-healing ability given by extremists, Pepper doesn't have to worry about Killian's counterattack hitting him. The worst he can do is to exchange injuries for injuries in a 2-on-1 situation. This is definitely Killian's fault. Not to mention Tony on the other side. With the power of the Ghost Rider combined with the power of the Steel Battle Suit, Tony could be said to have received an epic level of strengthening, although Tony's shots were not high. After all, Pepper was very angry now. If he didn't let Pepper vent his anger on Killian, he would be the one who would suffer later. But every time Tony takes a shot, it will definitely cause serious damage to Killian. This is due to the enchantment of Hellfire, so that every attack released by Tony can not only cause damage to Killian's body, but also cause damage to his soul. Even though Killian has been transformed by extremists, you can self-heal the physical injuries, but there is really nothing Killian can do about the injuries to his soul. He didn't even understand why the 493 attacks that Tony had hit him had obviously passed through the ability self-healing brought by extremists. But the pain felt like gangrene on the bone and could not be eliminated no matter what. Under the influence of this pain, coming from his soul, Killian became increasingly unable to concentrate on dealing with the attacks from Bibho and Pepper. The more this happened, the more intense Killian was attacked by the two men, and he gradually began to fall into a vicious cycle. However, Tony did not intend to gradually accumulate damage in this way, so that Killian would eventually self-destruct and die due to the injury to his soul. Even if Killian dies, he must repent for the crimes he has committed and pay the due price. Look into my eyes. After Pepper once again used a spiral kick, kicking Killian so hard that he could no longer stand up, Tony came to the opponent and opened the door to reveal his true identity as Ghost Rider. But Killian had no time to be surprised. The moment he saw the Ghost Rider Eye of Judgment, his soul began to suffer the burning of the fire of hell.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.